an accountant. Everyone want to say something, get us fired. Matthew will.
And a pleasant good evening to you. Welcome inside the Bossy Field Press Box as Zane Claude-Felter and Matthew Will bring you Evansville Otters baseball on the Otters Digital Network. I want to welcome Zane back into the broadcast booth. Took last night off, and now you're back here. And glad to have you back on the show.
Yeah, an important series for Evansville, and an important series comes down to an important rubber game here on this Thursday night. I know the Otters have a long bus trip back west after the game ends tonight, but it would be nice to head back to Evansville overnight with a victory and a series win over a key West Division opponent.
Yeah, and it hurts because the Otters haven't won a series since all the way back to when the 9-game winning streak ended back on July the 6th. So they really need a statement win that shows, hey, we're not out of this conversation in the playoff hunt right now. We're not a team that's falling out of this. You got to still worry about us. And I think a win tonight over a Lake Erie team that has been really cruising as of late would do exactly that and kind of restore some of the positivity amongst this group.
Yeah, and it's disappointing for Evansville because they were on the wrong side of a pitcher's duel last night. You had Gunnar Kynes for Lake Erie. He gives up 1 earned run in 7 innings. He was fantastic, struck out 8 and only walked 1. And you feel for Brett Adcock, who fell to 4-4, 500 on the year. He goes almost 7, just an out shy of that. He strikes out 10, but the problem for Brett is, again, the walks, and he gave up 4 last night and thus created a lot of activity on the base pass.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking for Brett Adcock, who has had 2 or 3 of these really good performances, but the Otters don't give him the offense behind it, and he ends up in the loss column. And it's really tough as a pitcher to have to go through that. And it seems like it's always been happening to Brett here in the last few weeks.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate sometimes things fall that way where you're a pitcher and you are getting tons of run support, and then other times it falls in a way where you're a pitcher and you aren't getting that much help offensively. And there is a bright spot, too. We talked about Braden Bonner in the series opener in Avon on Tuesday night, and he had, again, another solid outing last night, going an inning plus and putting up zeros.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with what we've seen from Braden Bonner thus far. And it's not just he can go in there and put a couple of innings up scoreless, but the pitches that he works around are very nice. He's got a nice slider, a complimentary curveball, and I say that because he did not use it too much, but it kind of complements when it's necessary. And the fact that he can kind of rotate through some of those as another reliever that could give you 2-3 innings potentially is very helpful for this Otters bullpen, which was starting to run a little thin.
It is, and the pitching staff has been decimated not only by injuries but by MILB signings, and so it has been, I think, a work in progress for Evansville to get that consistency back that we saw from this team the first 3 weeks of the season when that initial opening day roster was intact. And now it's been a difficult task for Andy McCauley, Max Peterson, Bobby Siegel, and the rest of the staff because there are guys coming and going, and eventually you have to create that cohesive unit as you make that final push for the postseason.
Yeah, that was the talk Austin and I had last night is suddenly your all-star starting 5 that was going to start this year off, the returners that led the league in strikeouts last year, set a new league record in strikeouts. All of a sudden, you're down to a 4-man rotation right now without Brahms, Holgrafer, and Watland, who have arguably been your 3 most solid pitchers all year long. So the Otters have had to adjust, and one man who stood up to the task is the former Screaming Eagle, Austin Gossman, who we're going to get to see tonight. I've been very impressed with Austin in the last few starts.
No, and he's managed the game well, and he's been efficient in terms of throwing pitches. He has not been giving up a lot of walks, thus not creating a lot of pressure for himself on the base pass. And it's important to remember, too, for Evansville, the offensive power that they've had in the past, it's bound to happen again here in the future. It's just a matter of these guys heating up, and we saw Zach Biermann last night being one of those key figures offensively, hitting a home run, and then he later factored in to another run that was scored. So look for Zach Biermann and a couple of those key power hitters in the top third of that lineup to do some damage offensively.
Yeah, and boy, was that a breath of fresh air for Zach Biermann. 4 hits in last night's game, and up until the final one, they were all extra base hits, trying to give the Otters an opportunity. The one thing I'll say on last night's game before we kind of move on is they had 5 runners on base, or 5 runners left on base in the last 2 innings.
That's heartbreaking.
They had the chance to win this. The worst part about it, bases were loaded in the 8th with 1 out, runners on the corners in the 9th with 1 out, and they just couldn't get it done. And that's last night is a victory that should have been, that fell through the hands of the Otters.
And we saw the Milwaukee Brewers today in Pittsburgh, top of the 9th, a tie game. They have bases loaded, 1 out. The Brewers couldn't score. Pittsburgh ends up winning that game with a walk-off wild pitch in extra innings. So it goes to show that it's hard to do, even though you have that runner sitting so close at third base.
Well, we are sitting here at Bosse Field, which has saw rain pretty much nonstop since about noon. Meanwhile, in Avon, they've had about 30 minutes of rain 2 different times today, but other than that, it's been a fairly nice day. They're just on the banks of Lake Erie. The marching band is on the field right now playing
the band is
national
out
anthem.
on the field.
One of the greatest endings of a football game ever.
I agree.
And with that, we'll introduce you to the starting lineups. First, for the visiting team this evening, the Evansville Otters.
Thanks, Matthew. Well, for the Evansville Otters, 38-29 in second place in the Frontier League West Division. The Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game. In center field is Miles Gordon. Zach Biermann is batting second at first base. Jeffrey Baez bats third. He's in right field. The cleanup man is J.R. Davis. He's at third base. Steven Sinsley bats fifth, the designated hitter. Batting sixth in left field, Elijah Mcnamee. Andy Armstrong is the shortstop, batting seventh. Catching, Justin Felix. He bats eighth, and Tyler Dones, the second baseman, with Gossman on the mound, the righty, the product of Southern Indiana. So Gordon, Biermann, Baez, Davis, Sinsley, Mcnamee, Armstrong, Felix, Dones, Austin Gossman is the starting pitcher. That pitcher-catcher battery is Gossman on the mound, Felix behind the plate. That's powered by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. And quickly for Lake Erie, Connor Owings is at third, leading off. Jackson Valera at first. Kimuel Thomas Rivera at second. Kenan Irizarry at shortstop, batting cleanup. Coco Figuerito is the DH, batting fifth. Austin White is in center field. Then the bottom third, Sean Cheeley in right field. Brian De La Rosa is catching, and Jake Gitter is in left field with Joseph Scambarelli on the mound. That pitcher-catcher battery, Matthew Willis, Scambarelli, and De La Rosa for the Lake Erie Crushers, who are 33 and 35 and trying to catch that top 3 in the Frontier League West Division.
Well, I tell you what, not only Gunnar Kynes, but the rest of the Lake Erie pitching staff last night kind of made De La Rosa work. He had to be very physical and acrobatic behind the plate to keep balls in front of him. Third straight start for him tonight. Wonder if there's going to be any issues with the legs underneath him, if he's going to have any issues getting around to some of those wild pitches. Could factor into this game with a pitcher or a catcher going for a third straight night.
And that's a tremendous point, and I do want to point out to our umpires this evening, we have Jason Smith behind home plate. Matt Beavers over at first with Brandon Spivak at third.
Well, we are just moments away from getting started here in Avon, Ohio. Got a little bit of a breeze blowing out towards center field, and there is chances of rain as the night goes on, but they don't seem to be too tremendous. We'll keep an eye on that and let you know what to expect there. Otters are in their road gray jerseys with the script Evansville written across the front in blue, and then also in blue on the back are the numbers. Meanwhile, for Lake Erie, they're wearing their full white pinstripe jerseys with Crushers on the front in purple and purple numbering on the back. First pitch home is right down the middle for a called strike one against Miles Gordon, who's the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game. Enters the game with a .279 batting average. So now a try on the 0-1, and it's high and inside. He kind of goes falling over the plate for a swinging strike two, and Scambarelli is now right in the driver's seat to start off this game the right way. Certainly want to keep an eye on Scambarelli, apologies there, as he is kind of the ace for Lake Erie this year, and somehow Evansville has avoided seeing him in all 3 of the prior series. He has been very consistent for Lake Erie all season long. He carries a 6-4 record into the game, in 13 starts. He's got a 3.26 ERA across 77 innings of work. An 0-2 is headed home towards Miles Gordon, and it is a called strike 3 on the outside edge for a strikeout for Scambellery to kick off this game. Strikeout looking there. So that'll now bring up the first baseman, Zach Biermann. Biermann had a tremendous game last night, went 4 for 5, scored 2 runs, and also batted a run in. That was his home run. He had 2 doubles on the day as well. Really good to see Biermann kind of get back on the hitting side of things. First pitch to him is grounded down the first base side. Will be picked up by Thomas Rivera, and he'll just barely beat Biermann to first for out number 2. Quickly 2 up, 2 down to start this one. So Scambellery is certainly finding a groove early in this one with a strikeout looking on Miles Gordon, then a first pitch ground out to Zach Biermann. It'll bring up Jeffrey Baez, who last night went 0 for 5 and had multiple chances with men on base and just could not capitalize on them. Baez was the hero on Tuesday night, driving in the game-winning run in the 10th. First pitch home to Baez is right across the heart of the plate for a called strike 1. Baez has fallen down towards the middle of the Otters' statistical leaders, a .258 average. Does have an on-base percentage of .320. 0-1 is fouled up and away, back behind home plate. It'll get back into the seating area.
That overhead foul ball is brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. You know, I like to get it in at least one time on a broadcast that I do here on ODN.
No balls, 2 strikes to the right fielder, Jeffrey Baez. A chance to end the inning in 8 pitches for Scambellery. On the way, big curveball, had a lot of nice movement, and Baez did not bite on it.
And Scambellery really trying to set an early tone here for Lake Erie by putting a 3 up, 3 down inning if he can get a strike here.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Baez. Pitch comes home, same exact pitch, and Baez showing a lot of good discipline to not chase after that one. In most of this season, that's a pitch he goes after.
Yeah, but as the season goes on, I'm sure Jeffrey Baez is one of the several players who can adjust and make those critical changes to have success further in the year.
A 2-2 to Baez, and it bounces in ferociously over the top of Brian De La Rosa. And now Jeffrey Baez has worked his 0-2 into a 3-2 count.
Yeah, best at bat we've seen from the Otters in this first inning, just making Scambellery get a little bit of work in and sweat a little here.
Yeah, a chance for a Zane Claude-Felter inning, but it will not happen here.
No, it won't. Thanks
So
to
we'll
Jeffrey Baez.
Again, on a 3-2, it's grounded down the left field line, but well foul, and we'll have to do it all again.
But I'm sure the Evansville Otters won a couple. I'm sure they won a Zane Claude-Felter game because they have a long bus ride back post-game before returning to Bosse Field tomorrow night against the Gateway Grizzlies, the first of 3 on E is for Everyone night with Indiana 8-1-1.
Yeah, and that's a team in Gateway that Evansville's just had their number all year long, so I'm sure the Otters want to put a good performance out in those 3 games as well. We're going to try again on a 3-2 pitch to Baez. It's fouled up right behind home plate, but it's going to get way back into the stands with a late dive backwards. I want your opinion. The gray jerseys are my favorite Evansville jerseys because they have script Evansville written across the front as opposed to the script Otters in the other 2 jerseys. I'm curious what you like.
No, they're beautiful, and it follows the jersey protocol of baseball where the visiting team has the actual host city and not the nickname. So I love it.
Jeffrey Baez trying on a 3-2 pitch for the 3rd time in this at-bat. Pitch comes home way inside, and Baez has himself a very hard-earned walk.
It's either going to be a walk or catcher's interference because the catcher, Brian De La Rosa for Lake Erie, had to reach in front of Jeffrey Baez trying to make sure, kind of, I guess, being a nice guy to make sure it doesn't hit him, but then that would have obstructed the swing of Jeffrey Baez. Thus, it's a win-win for Evansville. There's a runner on first base and Mr. Baez.
Well, that'll bring up J.R. Davis to the plate, who last night had plenty of opportunities with men on base, left 3 of them on in the game despite going 2 for 5. Scambellery starting to face a little bit of pressure here in the first. First pitch to Davis, catches the zone on the inside edge, fastball there. And this has got to be a dream start. Even if the Otters don't score here, they've worked the pitch count up potentially close to 20 in the first inning. This is a guy you want to get to early and find a way to get out of the game as soon as possible.
Yeah, especially for starting pitchers, the best time to do damage is early in the game before they get into a rhythm.
0-1 to J.R. Davis. It's driven out towards the right field area. Chasing in is Chile, and it's going to fall into the glove of Chile for out number 3. Otters looked like they were going to go 3 up, 3 down, but Jeffrey Baez works out a hard-earned walk before being stranded at first. We've played through 1/2 inning. Evansville scoreless, Lake Erie coming to bat.
Frontier League Baseball on Flow Sports and the Otters Digital Network is brought to you by Working Distributors Evansville. Now, back to the broadcast booth with Matthew Will.
Man, that doesn't get old, does it? We're in the bottom of the first inning. Evansville was able to get a man on in the first, but stranded him at first, and now it's Lake Erie's turn with Owings, Valera, and Thomas Rivera coming to the plate. These three have been rock solid in the first inning in the first 2 games of this series so far. Owings has led off both of the first 2 games with hard hit singles to the right side. See if Austin Gossman can be the Otters pitcher to put up a goose egg here in the first.
Frontier League All-Star Austin Gossman.
Gossman is a man who will pitch out of the stretch entirely, which, funny enough, is the same way that Scambellery pitches. Both these guys are the current ace for their team. Gossman enters the game 6-3 overall. He's got the 3rd best ERA in the league at 2.88. A 1-0 pitch falls into the zone, or away from the zone, and it's swung on and missed by Owings, evening the count up at a ball and a strike.
We know how big routine can be for a starting pitcher, and I think Austin Gossman kind of fits the bill a little bit there in terms of him having his certain approach that he likes to take before each and every start.
1-1 on its way towards Owings. It's high outside for ball 2. Talked with Gossman earlier last week, and he was joking with us saying he can't stand being the guy who has to start the final game of the series because so much pressure feels like it's resting on his shoulders to help end the road trip on the right way. But it worked at Sussex County. He pitched a good game there. 2-1 to the inside corner, and both of the swinging strikes are on pitches that just broke away from the zone, and Owings chased them both.
If you're Austin Gossman, though, it's a good point because his outing doesn't go well tonight. That's an awfully long road trip from Avon, Ohio to Evansville, Indiana. Google Maps it on your smartphone. Get the distance. then pick the route that you want to take.
2-2 on the way to Owings, and it's bounced foul to the left side. It is Felix behind the plate again today. His first inning error last night was a run that was given up to the Crushers, and they never looked back from that one-run lead. Ended up winning 3-2, and Felix had plenty of opportunities with men on base and couldn't be the one to help redeem himself after the first inning error. Owings ready on the 2-2. Gossman has his sign from Felix, and the pitch comes home. It's lifted out towards left field. Chasing back is Mcnamee towards the warning track, and that's where he will bring it in for out number 1. An interesting note about last night, Mcnamee and Baez have switched left and right field, and they're holding onto it tonight as well. Maybe it's because Baez has been in right the last week or so, and maybe they're comfortable with him there.
I will say over the course of the season, it is amazing how many different lineup combinations are utilized, and part of that has to be, Andy McCauley wanting to change things up, and the other aspect of it can be perhaps, you have so many athletes, infielders and outfielders that can play multiple positions, and that's always helpful, especially in cases like this year when critical guys have gone down. You mentioned that Justin Felix is catching, and he has been the primary catcher, but you lose a guy like Dakota Phillips who could catch and then also played on the corners of the infield.
Yeah, last night was the first game all season long Mcnamee didn't play right field, but it worked out for the Otters. He played a good game out there. First baseman Jackson Valera at the plate now. He's the first righty that Gossman's going to see on the day. The opening pitch is home for a called strike on the low outside corner. Gossman with the off-speed pitch there. This is a difficult opening 4, really even 5, to face against Lake Erie in Owings, Valera, Thomas Rivera, Irizarry, and Figuerito. 0-1 to Valera. Same exact pitch, same exact results. It's a called strike 2.
And this is a critical game for Lake Erie's point of view, because this is a chance to gain ground on someone who, if the playoffs started today, would be in the field. It doesn't do Lake Erie a lot of good to beat teams that are beneath them in the standings. They need to start beating teams ahead of them to catch up.
0-2 on the way to Valera. This one's launched out towards left center field. Mcnamee's going to run towards it at the wall, and it is off the wall. Mcnamee with the hefty throw into second. Close play, but it got out of the glove of Dones, and because of it, the runner is going to be safe on a double. That was a rock-solid throw from Mcnamee.
Yeah, but a really hard hit from Jackson Valera there, and now he's in scoring position at second base with only one out, and an early chance here for Lake Erie to set the tone, and we've seen that here in the Otters' struggles recently, where it's been the opposition getting that upper leg, and then it's been an uphill climb. And some of those games, the Otters have been valiant offensively in terms of fighting back, even taking the leads in some of these contests. But it'd be nice here, once in a while coming up to take that early lead, and here's a chance to maybe stymie Lake Erie in terms of momentum.
Yeah, it's Lake Erie trying to score in the first inning for the 3rd straight night. It'll bring up Kemuel Thomas Rivera, and the first pitch is low and outside, 4-1. Same pitch that Gossman tried to work on the batter Jackson Valera, but this one cut a little too far. Thomas Rivera with a .333 batting average entering tonight's contest. As the 1-0 makes its way home from Austin Gossman. This one is belt high. The off speed gets in there for a swinging strike 1. Valera stands out there at second base. There's 1 out and a 1-1 count to Kemuel Thomas Rivera. Here in the bottom of the first inning, Lake Erie trying to set the tone in this one. 1-1 is driven towards the right side, but it'll get out of play for a foul ball, strike 2. Seems to be that that's what the Otters have really pushed towards in the last 2 nights. They've really pitched to contact, and that seemed to help Brett Adcock in the middle innings of last night's game. It's the risky strategy, but it's also the one that shows you have faith in your defense, and the Otters' defense is certainly one that should be worried about. Gossman's ready to go on the 1-2 pitch to Thomas Rivera. It's that same curveball that fell towards the outside edge. He's trying to get someone to bite at that, but no one has yet. Defense is ready for the 2-2 pitch to Kemuel Thomas Rivera. Big opportunity for the Crushers to hop up on top in this one. A 2-2 outside, ball 3.
Don't want to give up a free pass here. It's asking for trouble, especially with only one out.
Yeah, and that's what plagued the Otters in the last 2 nights. Our first inning walks, both by Studeville and Adcock, that have set up the Crushers to score. Well, it's got to happen here. A 3-2 works inside, and it's jamming Thomas Rivera as he just barely fouls it down the left field line. That's a challenging pitch there.
No, that's a really good pitch by Austin Gossman, because if Thomas Rivera makes contact, you're going to see what you just saw there, and it just be a little pop fly down the third base line because it got in on his hands. He couldn't put full barrel and extension on it to get power.
Three balls, 2 strikes for Kemuel Thomas Rivera. For the second time, a payoff pitch from Gossman. Same exact location, same exact result. It's a foul ball down the left field line as the sun really starts to come out here at Avon.
Yeah, it's a tale of 2 Frontier League cities as we overlook Bosse Field with the tarp, and then the field is drenched, and now I'm looking at the monitor here in the press box at Bosse Field and see a beautiful Avon, Ohio.
They had some rain earlier today, but of course a full turf field doesn't have to worry too much about some moisture, and we saw that last night too with a very quick rain delay.
Travis Painter might have to bring the wet vac out and take care of these puddles. Someone
For the third time, a 3-2 pitch. Ringed him up. It's a called strike 3 on the outside edge. That was a gift to Austin Gossman.
I like the zone, though, if it's consistent, so let's see it for both sides. And if that outer corner of the plate is going to be called for a strike, well, I'll count my blessings, Matthew Will.
Well, that's a German-American Bank strikeout, the first one for Austin Gossman on the evening. And it will bring Keenan Irizarry to the plate, the shortstop. He and Coco Figuerito were in this 4-5 spot on Friday night. They swapped places last night, and now they're back to 4 and 5 as they were. 2 outs, runner at second. Lake Erie trying to get at Austin Gossman early in this one, and he's going to start off another at-bat with a called strike. Certainly looks like the hitting meeting this afternoon was take the first pitches against Austin Gossman because everyone's done it so far. No balls, 1 strike. To Irizarry. The pitch stays outside for ball 1. Good stop for Felix.
Yeah, because you'd like to keep that runner from getting to third base. That way another mistake wouldn't lead to a run.
20th pitch from Austin Gossman is just about to fire home, and that has been what's plagued him all season long. His pitch count gets up fairly quickly because he does give up a few walks here and there, and he also has batters take him really long into at-bats. A hefty swinging strike, too, has Gossman up in the count now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. For the second straight night, hefty wind blowing out towards center field here at Avon. See if the Otters can use that to their advantage, and for the Otters, hopefully it doesn't come back to haunt them on the other side. A 1-2 for Keenan Irizarry with 2 outs, runner at second. It's put in play towards Dones at second. He'll play it on a few hops, and it gets past him. There goes the runner towards home, and the Crushers are going to score in the first inning for the 3rd straight night, this one on an error on the second baseman Dones.
Well, that's a disappointment for Evansville and Austin Gossman because There's the ground ball that you needed to get out of the inning without any damage done, and instead bobbled by Tyler Jones, as you mentioned, at second base. And now the Crushers with that early lead. And for the Lake Erie Crushers starter, well, there's your run.
And it looked like he had a good play on it, but I think the eyes came up a little before the ball got into the glove, and that's what caused the error.
And plus, you're still making an adjustment. You're a second baseman or middle infielder that plays home games on natural grass, and perhaps there is an adjustment period, even though it is Tyler Jones who played collegiately a lot on artificial turf as well.
First pitch home to Coco Figuerito is well high and outside for ball one.
Of course, Tyler Jones playing collegiately at Indiana University and Bart Kaufman Field, in Bloomington also being artificial turf.
One ball, no strikes for Coco Figuerito. Beautiful strike there from Gossman. A little slider action evens the count up.
So now it's all about limiting the damage here. Don't make that error even more costly by compounding things by allowing this guy to reach base.
And another bright side is there's no longer a runner in scoring position. Base hit doesn't necessarily score a run. 1-1 is crushed to the right side. It's going to get past Zach Biermann into right field. Baez picks it up and will throw in towards second, but there will be runners at the corners now with 2 outs.
So as you just mentioned, it's a good thing that runner wasn't in scoring position, but now, if you're Evansville, the last couple of weeks really haven't been ideal. It's been kind of inconsistent. The schedule's been off. It's in the middle of it, the All-Star break and the trip to Washington. This is really an intestinal fortitude moment for the Otters here early to limit the damage and strand these 2 runners at the corners.
Gossman, his next pitch will already be at a 250 here as he saw the pitch count really zoom here in the last maybe 2 or 3 batters. A couple guys have taken him deep into the counts, and that's what this Lake Erie team has done all week long very well, and that's staying alive in the count for a long time.
And here we were celebrating Joseph Sgambarelli, his pitch count running up a little bit, but now Austin Gossman surpassing that here in the bottom half.
Austin White, the center fielder, making his way to the plate. This is where the lineup starts to fall off a little bit. The rest of the starting 9 well under those top 5 guys. So this is the part where Gossman, I'm sure, wants to attack the strike zone a little bit more and grab a couple of outs.
Just unfortunate now it's a 2-0 count here, so it's a hitter's count. Oh, it's 1-1. The scorebug graphic on our monitor is wrong, Matthew Will. They get a personal foul.
Yeah, Jason Smith doing a nice job behind the plate, letting us know.
It's like he heard me in real time because as soon as I said it, he corrected me on the monitor.
Well, a called strike has taken it to 1 ball, 2 strikes on Austin White. Big time opportunity for Gossman to get himself out of this inning. The 1-2 to the center fielder White. Ooh, he thought about biting on the outside pitch, but it stayed just a bit too far away for his liking.
Perfect Deuces Wild situation here because you also have 2 runners on. I guess perfect for Lake Erie, not for Evansville. Should rephrase that. Here on the Otters Digital Network.
Runners on the corners, 2 outs. And a 2-2 count for the center fielder Austin White. Pitch comes home. It's well inside. A throw out to second looks good. Now they're going to go home with it. The play at the plate in time. Huge heads-up play from Tyler Jones to fire that ball right back home. Felix is able to get himself a tag at the plate, and we head to the second. Evansville, luckily, only down by 1 due to an error. We head to the second right after this.
For landscape design that is truly unique, look to locally owned Wild Horticulture. Whether you need a team to design and construct a large-scale landscape project for your business or are looking to create an epic backyard retreat complete with plants, water, and light installation, the experienced team at Wild can take your ideas to the next level. You've likely seen their creative work all over town. Wild Horticulture has the skills and resources to deliver inspiring spaces and bring your ideas to life. If you have a project in mind, find them on Instagram at wildspaces.com. Matthew Will?
Steven Sinsley, Elijah Mcnamee, and Andy Armstrong are due up in the half inning. The first pitch to Sinsley's outside, ball one. In last night's game, Steven Sinsley had a double his first time up, and I'll be honest, off the bat, it looked like it wasn't going to land for 10 or 15 miles, and then all of a sudden it just dropped right over the head of the right fielder Chile, and he got himself a ground rule double on the play. He was stranded at second, but he made solid contact last night, and that's uplifting after a couple nights where he's kind of put the ball out of play.
Key is putting the ball in play, and then eventually you'll get some breaks and you'll get some base hits in the gaps.
1-1 to Sinsley. He tries to check the swing, and it doesn't matter. It's a called strike two.
And if not, you haven't done something to appease the baseball gods. So self-reflection time then, right?
Something like that. Steven Sinsley has had a really good month and a half, improving his two-strike approach. See what he can do on this chance. That's a pretty easy one to lay off. Count evens up at 2-2. Scambellery has only seen one really tough at-bat thus far. That was the walk to Baez. Other than that, he's cruised through the first four. 2-2, swung on and missed. It's the second strikeout of the day for Scambellery to start off the second.
Scambellery has it going early. Had a easy top of the first for the most part, despite Jeffrey Baez reaching on a walk. And now getting off to just as good of a start here in the second.
And that's how Scambellery's been all year long. Averages over a strikeout an inning and has kept his run totals very low. And we're seeing it right here. So with one out and nobody on, Elijah Mcnamee will make his way to the plate. Starts off with a called strike one at the knees. Mcnamee returned to the Edward Jones leadoff spot last night, and his first time up got a base hit. That broke a long stretch of tough baseball for him.
And hopefully that's the start of a hot run here for him in the month of August, as the Otters will certainly need his production.
Ball is skied out towards center field, and chasing in is White. And he is going to let that one drop right in front of him for a one-out single for Big Hit Mac, as the cowbells sound from the Mississippi State area of our listenership.
And as Brandon Taylor would say, there goes the no-no. So first base hit for Evansville, and that'll bring in Andy Armstrong, who does a good job of putting up good at-bats and making the pitcher work a little bit.
Yeah, Andy Armstrong, a versatile player. I mean, even though the average is not probably up where he would like it, he can hit the ball well, he can drag bunt the ball well, he has incredible speed, which helps him out as well, and not to mention his defensive efforts are some of the best in the league. First pitch to the former Oregon State man, and he tries to bunt to the left side, but it goes well foul.
Third baseman playing back a little bit, so yeah, why not try a bunt there on the third base side and force him to make what would be an extremely challenging play defensively with the speed of Armstrong running to first.
And if it stays fair, he got a friendly bounce there too. Would have made the third baseman have to wait on that ball to come back. But everything stays put with one out, one runner on, and a 0-1 count. And Scambellery is going to go check on Mcnamee, who is back in time. Still all right. Armstrong has spent a lot of the year in the 9-hole spot. Gets a promotion up to the 7-hole tonight. He'll be followed by Felix and Dones. An 0-1 falls in at the knees for a called strike two. And immediately Armstrong turns back and has a couple of words for Jason Smith, who just nods back.
Good evening to you, sir.
So a chance for Scambellery to pick up a big out on an 0-2 pitch to Andy Armstrong. It's put on the ground towards the left side of the infield, played by Irizarry, and they will get the man at first, ending the inning. 6-4-3 officially on it as we head to the bottom half of the second. Otters get a man on, but cannot do anything with him. We head to the second. Evansville still trailing by 1. Otters unable to do anything with a 1-out single there in the top of the second. Austin Gossman and his defense will return to the field of play, still down a run here in the bottom of the second. Austin White will lead off. He was at the plates when the prior inning ended, but due to some poor base running from the Crushers and a great throw from Tyler Dones, the inning ended quite abruptly.
Battle of Tylers here. Or Austin's.
First pitch home is low and inside for a ball 1. Gossman has used the big curveball a lot more in this game than I feel like I've seen in a couple of his recent games.
It's good, though. Keep those hitters off balance, kind of keep them guessing here early.
1 ball, no strikes, and this time he puts one in the zone, and White swings right over the top of it. Good to see there from the center field camera, Brett Adcock and Bryce Studeville manning the radar gun behind home plate. Hopefully they'll fare a little better than Ryan O'Reilly last night, who got soaked by the rain. And looking lost on the swing was Austin White as a pitch broke in towards him, but he had already committed to the swing.
And a decent crowd gathering here at Mercy Health Stadium in Avon, Ohio.
It's a fun game day atmosphere there at Mercy Health Stadium. 1-2 from Austin Gossman towards Austin White. Called, strike 3 on the inside edge. Don't think White loved the call as he states his thoughts as he makes his way back towards the dugout. A second German-American Bank strikeout for Gossman.
That was a perfect pitch starting in on the outside corner of the zone and then moving its way inside right. As it gets to the plate, throwing off the batter, and then that's a strikeout.
So with that, now the right fielder Sean Cheeley will get his first opportunity of the evening. Last night, Cheeley didn't make it all the way through the game.
That's good, because last time I was on the call, he got thrown out in the first inning.
But he had a sac fly RBI that ended up being the game-winning RBI. Puts one up the middle. It's past Dones and into center field for A 1-out base hit for the Crushers.
And he didn't throw his helmet this time, so all is well. He is still in the game.
Want to walk you through the Otters' defensive alignment tonight. McNamee's out in left, Gordon in center, Baez in right. Across the infield, it's J.R. Davis at third, Andy Armstrong at short, Tyler Dones at second, and Zach Biermann at first. Justin Felix manning things behind the plate. Miles Gordon played in his 400th professional game last night, and in it, he extended his team-high hitting streak to 15 games.
Look at Miles Gordon go. And that's why he's worthy of being the Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game.
1 out, 1 on for Lake Erie, who is once again trying to get at Austin Gossman early in this game. First pitch home is swung on and missed by Brian De La Rosa. The oar for the boats wouldn't have reached that one.
I like the reference, considering how close they are to a Great Lake.
Oh, I didn't even think of that one.
Oh.
Well, thanks for the credit, I guess.
Here, I'm giving you more credit than you're giving yourself, Matthew Will.
0-1 the count towards De La Rosa. Beautiful pitch on the inside edge. Gossman caught him looking. Anytime you can get a guy to really extend the hands and try to chase something out of the zone, why not go at him inside and see if he can kind of get him to freeze up, just like he did there against De La Rosa, taking the count to 0-2. So the 0-2 payoff pitch on the way home towards De La Rosa, right back to the outside, and he does not bite this time. Again, I'll mention it for anyone who hasn't happened to tune into the prior 2 games. This is an extremely bouncy surface here on the turf at Lake Erie. You put anything near the wall out there in the outfield, and it'll likely bounce right over and out. 1-2 is thought about by De La Rosa. He's able to stay away from the swing, and the count evens up at 2-2.
But everyone's been tuning in to all 3 games this series, Matthew.
I'm sure.
That's what the ratings say.
2-2 the pitch to Brian De La Rosa, and he fouls it into his ankle, and then I think it bounces back into the body of Justin Felix, and he goes down immediately.
See, that's what Irizarry looked like whenever he ran into Justin Felix, who applied that tag to end the first inning. Obviously, a stinger here for Justin Felix is Andy McCauley, and the Otters training staff will come out and ask him how he's feeling, which
he looks to be in a ton of pain, punching the ground as well. Good as time as any to take a look through what's going on in the Frontier League this evening.
Oh, good.
Ottawa Tri-City will not play tonight, postponed due to rain. I did not see when a updated day they will play that is.
It's a good question. I'm sure they're division opponents, so they have to play again before the end of the year, but if not, they're going to be like the Otters and have a shorter than 96 game schedule.
When Tri-City's already one of the teams that's only at 95 games right now, so it would shorten them even further. Schaumburg's on the road at Florence, already up 4-2 in the top of the second inning. Bats are working there in northern Kentucky. In the top of the third at New York, Trois-Rivières holding on to a 1-0 lead. Keep an eye on that Trois-Rivières team. They were noted by the Frontier League today as a top 5 team in the power rankings. They have really surged towards the top.
Three Rivers for those of you who speak English.
Just getting started at Sussex County. Empire State and the Miners are still scoreless in the first. And the Quebec Capitals, who have lost their last 5 games, are at New Jersey, already up 2-0 in the bottom of the second.
As our training staff, and the Otters have a tremendous athletic trainer in Mandy, and so she's
certainly concerning that this has lasted as long as it has. Hopefully it's all precautionary for Mandy Flagg, as another catcher loss would be an incredible loss for this Otters team, as at least right now it does not seem Dakota Phillips will be back for a couple more weeks, as he is still rehabbing from his hand injury. And behind Justin Felix, it's kind of been a revolving door of some catchers.
So right now, Mandy Flagg is having him do some testing and squeezing of her hand, and this is what I used to have to do in therapy after I broke my elbows. Twice is when you're rehabbing and trying to get that feeling back, and hopefully he's able to. But Justin looks pretty disgusted. He keeps pounding his knee protector with his fist. This has been a somewhat lengthy delay and somewhat concerning that after this happened, it wasn't just, 30 seconds and then got his air back and he was good to go.
Tyler Hill would be the expected replacement, as at least right now still on the injured list is Brody Tanksley, who was and has been the backup catcher for the Otters recently. So we might see Hill for the second time in this series if Felix is not able to continue. And that's one of those things that could incredibly affect Austin Gossman as well, having to work with a catcher that he likely has never thrown to yet. Looks like they're going to take a couple of warm-up pitches, and both Mandy Flagg and Andy McCauley will watch and see how things go for Justin Felix and see if he's able to continue. We sit in the bottom of the second inning with 1 out and 1 on, and a 2-2 count to Brian De La Rosa. Gossman just hit the 40 pitch mark. Certainly concerning, as after every throw back up to the mound, Felix turns around and kind of winces, it looks like.
Yeah, I think they're going to take him out, but I, again, am speculating from miles and miles away. So what do I know?
Well, they got their 3 warm-up pitches, and now they will chat with Felix, who I'm sure is
going to want to stay. Yeah,
he's going to want to be stubborn and stay in this game.
And I think they're going to let him.
Would not be surprised if we see an inning or so, potentially a change, just to keep things okay. But
plus, you got to think of the long bus trip too. So if you're not feeling the best and a little banged up, I'm sure a long bus ride isn't going to help matters.
Well, fellow catcher De La Rosa gives him well wishes and a pat on the shoulder as he gets back into the box. He's looking at a 2-2 count with 1 out and 1 on here in the bottom of the second inning. Be nice for the Otters to grab a double play and help get both Gossman and Felix out of this. A 2-2 to De La Rosa. Cranked down the left field line, but just foul.
Now, during that foul ball, did Austin Gossman throw any tosses? I don't think he could have, because Mandy Flagg and Justin Felix. So that's quite a layoff for Austin, as his battery mate was being checked on by the training staff to not throw a pitch.
All they got was the 3 that they did together.
Right.
That was it. So we'll try again on the 2-2 for the catcher, Brian De La Rosa. Gossman with another strong pitch towards the low outside corner. We've seen a couple batters chase. De La Rosa not one of them yet.
Which, if you're Gossman, are you trying to throw heat to your catcher who's dinged up, trying to test to see if he can stay in the game? No, you're probably throwing a little softer, so we'll see.
Full count, payoff pitch to De La Rosa. He puts it in play towards the left side. Davis will just play to first for the 1 out. Almost goes over the head of Biermann, but they keep it right there for out number 2.
See, that's a blessing that Zach Biermann is 6'3". Someone's 6'1", and it might have been trouble if they don't have the hops.
It's certainly one of the benefits that Florence has with 6'9" Brendan Price manning first base.
Yes, and I'm 6'4.5". Don't forget the half. And man, he made me feel small.
There's not a lot of guys who will step on second base and make George Khalil look small, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, I mean, George Khalil's a tall glass of water. He's my height. He's 6'4", 4.5".
Does he have the extra half?
We'll give him the half inch, George Khalil.
First pitch home to Jake Gitters, fouled back into the netting for strike 1.
He's from Australia, so I think measurements are probably different down there anyway. So yeah, why not?
We should put him on the roster as in meters, right?
We should.
or have a meters option for him.
Isn't that your task now?
Same with the
Yes.
Canadians.
Yes.
They need it as well.
With Miles Gordon, yes.
And Jake Plancic.
That's right. Yes, let's do that just for them. Make them feel at home in Evansville. Who's your hospitality?
Gossman's ready on the 0-1 to get her. It stays low and inside, and the count evens up at 1-1.
Well, I saw today that the Cardinals and Cubs are going to play overseas, and I'd love to go to that game and have someone in England tell me how close I live to St. Louis, but I'd tell them, about 160 miles, and they'd have no idea what I'm talking about.
Gossman looking at an even count towards the 9-hole hitter, Jake Gitter. He thinks about going around, and he gets a called strike 2 put right back at him. The rain continues here in Evansville, Indiana, but the sunshine continues and starts to go away in Avon, Ohio, as it starts to fall back over Mercy Health Stadium's third base side.
It's just been a blah day all day if you've been living in beautiful Evansville, Indiana.
A 1-2 stays high about eye level, and the count evens up.
I had to travel east for work today, and I think there was a line of storms that I basically, led. The rain cloud always seemed to follow me. I don't know if it's life trying to give me a sign or something else, but it's not a good dry day.
Well, have no fear. We have the rain tarp on the field here at Bossy Field, ready for E is for Everyone night tomorrow night.
And post-game fireworks, Indiana 8-1-1, I believe.
2-2 swung on and missed, and that will end the inning. A one-out single for the Crushers will not come back to hurt Gossman and the Otters. We've played through 2 full innings. Lake Erie holding on to a 1-0 lead.
Frontier League Baseball on the Otters Digital Network, brought to you by Budweiser. This Bud's for you. Now back to the broadcast booth. Here's Matthew Will.
Scambellery has worked well through 2 innings, given up just 1 base hit and got a double play to help him out to end the second. And because of it, it's Justin Felix, Tyler Dones, and Miles Gordon due up. Let's see how this goes for Justin Felix, see how he's feeling at the plate. Right after coming up shaken up a couple of plays ago, takes a ball 1 low to kick off the at-bat. And it's hard to even tell exactly what it was that was really bothering him, because it looked like both arms were struggling. So not exactly sure what they were diagnosing and trying to figure out, but it's good to see these in the box ready to swing.
We have no idea the nicks and dings that Justin Felix has to deal with on a nightly basis, having the tough position of being a catcher. I know Bill McHugh knows that very well from his playing days.
2-0 stays low, and Scambellery cannot find the zone here to start the third. Stadium lights are on in Avon as the sun begins to say its goodbyes on August 4th, a beautiful day for baseball there in Avon. 3-0 finds the zone on the low outside corner.
At least with our monitor, we have visual proof that the sun didn't disappear. Because if you're living in Evansville, you would have your doubts today.
Yeah, and it's been a tough week for Bosse Field. The storms that came through Monday night, the wind really did a number on a couple of things here at Bosse Field. So it's been a long week for our operations crew. So a big shout out to them for getting this place game ready for tomorrow night.
The trees out front, and then I'm looking down the left field line, and the fence got a little mangled. There's some damage done to some of the signs that they're going to have to rehang before He Is For Everyone night, and same down the right field line as well.
The bright side is the E Is For Everyone sign survived every storm this week.
So it's brand new, that's why.
3-2 pitch is skied high by Felix, and the camera goes black.
But we're back.
We are back, and it is
a Ford
like
Taurus. They zoomed in on the interstate.
looks like it was caught right at the wall. Indeed it was. For out number one, a foul out down in the right field corner for Justin Felix. I also want to give a big shout out, I forgot to do at the beginning of the broadcast, to Austin Hernandez last night, who made his broadcasting debut on the Otters Digital Network last night, did a fantastic job, and I want to thank everyone who tuned in for him. I know that he enjoyed himself a lot, so I'm going to find a way to get him back in the broadcast booth by the end of the year.
How much did he boost the ratings?
I'm not sure.
Do we know the metrics? Oh,
I didn't take a ton of time to check the metrics. What I did make sure I know is that George Khalil just got hit by, it is George Khalil making his way down to first. So Tyler Dones has been pulled from this game in the 9-hole spot, and George Khalil had a opportunity as a pinch hitter. So I would imagine Khalil's going to sub over to short, and Armstrong's going to go over to second base.
George Khalil, all 6'4" and a half of them.
So back to the top of the order we go, and the center fielder Miles Gordon looking to extend that hit streak. One out, runner at first here in the top of the third inning. As the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game swings and misses at the first pitch. It was maybe letter high.
Remember, Tyler Dones had that error at second base, so maybe it's Andy trying to clean up the defense a little bit on the infield. Or it could be an injury, you never know.
No balls, one strike to Miles Gordon as the pitch comes home for a called strike on the high outside corner. That's a beautiful pitch from Joseph Scambellery. That's a tough one, isn't it? Scambellery.
Yeah,
you want to say Scambarelli. That's what the mind wants to say.
Yeah, well, now you've implanted that in my mind, so if I call him that over the next 3 innings, then my apologies in advance.
Well, Scambellery throws home the 0-2. It's swung on and missed, and it's 2 strikeouts for the Edward Jones leadoff hitter, Miles Gordon.
Scambarelli.
See,
to the tune of the Cinderella song, yeah. The things we remember from our childhood. I haven't seen that Cinderella movie in probably 20 years.
And that's the piece you remember.
And that's the piece I remember, yeah.
I'm sure Disney wanted that to be their message that got across to you.
Yeah, did to Zane Gladfelter.
First pitch to Zach Biermann is on the way now. It's high and outside for ball 1. Biermann grounded out to second his first time up. It was a hard hit ball, but, once you've seen a guy hit that way enough, you shift a little bit over, and it was hit directly at Thomas Rivera. A 1-0 pitch to the First baseman Zach Biermann is sent foul to the left side. He looks frustrated after that foul ball. Last night, his first opportunity was his only out. He lost the bat, and the bat went flying towards the Otters' dugout. The ball went flying towards the Crushers' dugout. Ball was caught, bat was not, and that was his only out of the evening. He went on to get hits in his next 4 opportunities.
Did the bat go further than the ball?
They didn't show the bat, so we're not sure.
Oh.
Ball crushed down the left field line, but it stays just foul for Biermann. Could have been extra bases and likely could have brought Khalil all the way around to third, who on his way back to second is stretching out a little bit. Probably didn't think he was going to be finding time in this game, and if at all, this early. Biermann waiting on the 1-2 pitch from Joseph Scambellery. Crushes it towards right field. It's going to fall for a base hit. Rounding first is going to be Biermann. Khalil's going to third. The slide into second by Biermann is safe.
For a deer head double-decker double, Matthew Will.
And I do need to say this. One of our operations interns, Lucas, came in today and said last night he went to Deerhead, tried the double-decker pizza, and said it was wonderful.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, despite all the Deerhead reads I've done at Bossy Field the last couple of years. I've never had Deerhead.
I haven't either, but there's been a lot of places I haven't tried here.
Yeah, your college experience at the University of Southern Indiana paled in comparison to everyone else's, apparently, by establishments you went to. Rust and your other friend really let you down.
I'll make sure that you remind them next time you see them.
I will. No, I let Russ know every day I see him that he lets me down.
Big chance for Jeffrey Baez. 2 outs, runners at second and third here in the top of the third inning. First pitch home. Big curveball fell out of the zone. Baez leaves it alone for ball 1.
John L. Smith and Austin Andrew Christian Kavanaugh Hernandez. They fulfill their obligation. They fulfill the mission.
All part of our wonderful ODN crew. Hefty swinging strike by Baez, and then the throw down to third trying to get Khalil, and he just barely got back in time because of the high throw.
Well, they aren't here this evening because we're audio only on the Otters Digital Network, but they'll be back tomorrow, as will the Flow Sports that broadcast. It also features Matthew Will's voice.
And Bill McEwen, who will be making his return.
Yeah, Bill
night.
McEwen is scheduled to return as well, and boy, have we missed him.
1-1, zoom down the third base line, just foul. Baez oh so close to bringing in 1 or maybe 2 runs.
Actually, tomorrow's going to be the happy return of what? 4? So Preston Leidenbach has gone full-time, but he's actually listening to us here in the press box as we chat. But tomorrow, Big Red Jordan Fisher's going to be back as he missed last weekend. Brandon Taylor missed the series finale. Bill McEwen has been out. Dennis, our official scorer, also been absentee in Utah. My goodness.
1-2 to Baez. He leaves it alone for ball 2. And, yeah, it's going to be a
everyone's been slacking except for us. Yeah, here we are. And Austin Hernandez last night.
Yeah, we figured we'd give Austin a night off here to get set for the home series.
He's getting his game face on for ODN work tomorrow.
Big opportunity for Jeffrey Baez. 2-2 the count. 2 outs, 2 on. Scambellery taking his time before firing home the 2-2. Baez puts it down into left field. 1 run's going to score. Now Biermann's rounding third. There's going to be a play near the plate, but not close. And they've got Baez in a rundown between first and second. And I think he might. No, he did not. He gets tagged back out on his way back to first. But he drives in 2 with a 2-run single, and the Otters take the lead as we head to the bottom of the third. Now 2-1 Otters here on the Otters Digital Network. Your home for Evansville Otters baseball every single night of the season. And as we head to the bottom of the third inning, the Evansville Otters have a 2-1 lead after Jeffrey Baez drives in two with a 2-run single, but he was caught on his way towards second. That's the downside. Good side is the Otters have themselves a lead. First pitch home for Gossman is inside for ball one. On the leadoff man for Lake Erie, Connor Owings. Owings flew out to left his first time up. Long wait for Owings as he steps back in, waiting on Gossman to throw it home. The 1-0 is launched out towards center field. Miles Gordon with a long run towards it. Mcnamee making a run towards the field, and it's gone. Solo home run for Connor Owings has, just like that, tied the game up at 2. Owings is able to tie this game up with one swing of the bat. He uses the heavy winds out towards center field to his advantage, and just like that, this Otters lead has vanished.
If you're Evansville, you're really hoping for that shutdown inning from Austin Gossman here in the third, but not to be the case. The good news, only a solo shot, and it's still just a tie game.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse had that happened with a man on, and this is a Lake Erie team that doesn't surrender leads very often. First pitch now to Jackson Valera is driven straight at George Khalil. He'll fire over to first in time for out number 1. Want to make sure I have that right. It is Khalil at short. And indeed it is. They give us a nice close-up view.
So George Khalil now at shortstop, and
I'm sure Armstrong is the one manning second now.
it's important to remember, too, Lake Erie, this is the second time through the lineup now. They've already seen Austin Gossman once, so a lot of these guys, especially in the top part of the order, are going to learn what they experienced during their first at-bat and apply it to the second at-bat they see against them.
It's a called strike one against Kemuel Thomas Rivera to kick off his at-bat. And no slight to Tyler Dones, but the Otters defense just got a whole lot better now, with it being that very experienced duo of Armstrong and Khalil, and a tough ball goes bouncing off of the mound.
That reminded me of skee ball. Did it,
It
not?
did, yeah.
It did, because there's the lip in front that kind of propels the ball.
It launched up there.
No, and it would have gotten the maximum amount of points depending on your skee ball setup, whether it be 500, 1,000, or 1,000,000.
Well, Armstrong made the catch, but by the time that ball came down, Thomas Rivera was plenty safe.
Okay, Preston doubts that we would have been able to. Oh, he's asking how many times I've done that. Probably 3 times total, which is not impressive considering how much growing up I played skee ball, because that was the.
The corner ones are the hardest ones.
Yeah, they are, because you have to angle it,
yeah.
and then sometimes one of the times I had to bank it in off the barrier.
A throw out to second is not in time. It's a safe stolen base for Kemuel Thomas Rivera. And Felix looks good to go. That's a aggressive throw from a catcher who looked banged up last inning.
That's why he's a catcher.
He's got that Bill McCune spirit in him.
Yeah. Sure he does.
0-1 is the count to Keenan Irizarry. There's 1 out, and now a runner at second in the bottom of the third. Pitch goes way high and outside, but Felix keeps it in front of him, and the count evens up. Irizarry reached on an error back in the first inning, scored a run, but then he was caught advancing towards home when Justin Felix kind of returned him back to earth. Waiting on a 1-1 pitch is Keenan Irizarry. And Gossman delivers. It's well inside and low for ball 2. By the way, Florence just scored 6 unanswered to take an 8-4 lead against Schaumburg. They're still in the 3rd inning. Bats are really alive in Northern Kentucky tonight.
Poor Tim Calderwood on that getaway day game.
2 balls, 1 strike to Irizarry. He hits this one high and foul to the left side. Chasing after it is Davis in foul territory, but it will get itself out of play and even the count up at 2 balls, 2 strikes. New Jersey, once again, has come from behind. They now lead 3-2 against Quebec in the 4th. They're trying to not only sweep Quebec, but hand them their 6th straight loss. Things are going wrong at the wrong time for Quebec as they're starting to lose lots of ground to the Ottawa Titans. Two-two is the count as Gossman's set to fire home to Keenan Irizarry with 1 out, runner on second. The 2-2 is sent out towards right field, right center field to be exact. It's going to fall for a base hit. Baez will throw towards home, but Gossman's going to cut it off as it was offline a little bit, and a run is going to score on an RBI single for Keenan Irizarry. And now that stolen base becomes very important because that's what really enabled Thomas Rivera to score there. Evansville thought they were going to have themselves a lead, but it does not last long at all. They now trail once again.
And Lake Erie not done. They've gotten the line moving here, and there's only 1 out, so plenty of opportunities for the heart of this Lake Erie order to do some more damage here.
And another solid bat making its way to the plate, Coco Figuerito.
He's the DH for a reason, Matthew Will.
He had himself a single in the first, put runners at the corners, but the Crushers could not capitalize on it as Figuerito tried to steal second. Then Irizarry tried to steal home, and everything went wrong at once. A nice throw over to first, but just back in time is Keenan Irizarry. Crushers lead 3-2 here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. There's a runner on first, 1 out. Austin Gossman nearing 60 pitches already in this game. First pitch home to Figuerito is just a hair outside for ball 1.
Now, one of my favorite stats coming into the season, Matthew Will, was Evansville's all-time head-to-head results. So the record against the Lake Erie Crushers. Did you know what it was coming into the season?
I know what it is now, but I don't remember what it was coming into the season.
45-45. So they had played 90 times and each won the same amount of games. And the season series is kind of played out the same way too a little bit.
It's currently 51-50, and a Lake Erie win would tie the all-time series at 51 games.
Yeah, so we
they
would
could
got
stay
right back to where we started,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. But it has definitely favored the home squads. Evansville was 5-1 against Lake Erie here at Bosse Field, and with a win tonight, Lake Erie would be 5-1 at their home ballpark this year against Evansville.
Lake Erie players must not like the fluoride in our tap water. I like it.
Prior to the 2-0, they fire over to first again. Irizarry's just laying flat over there. And finally he pops up. Kind of looked like we had lost Irizarry again there.
He must have been in theater class.
Count stays at 2-0 for Coco Figuerito. There's a runner at first, still 1 out. 2-0 just misses on the low outside corner. That's a close pitch for Gossman, one he's got earlier in the game, but not this opportunity.
But maybe pushing the envelope a little bit there. I'm not going to fault the pitch location because then again you can get the guy to swing at it. But
it shouldn't have been a called strike, but it's one he has had called.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't apologize, Matthew. My goodness.
A 3-0 counts, and that one is
old automatic.
Yeah.
If you don't get that one across, then that might prompt a visit from Max Peterson.
That one fell just underneath the elbows, and Coco Figuerito was taking that pitch from the get-go. 3-1. Now the count to Coco Figuerito, and this is one that Gossman needs to have go his way. Catches the elbows. I think Figuerito was ready to toss the bat. He got caught doing that once last night. Tossed the bat on a 3-1 and got about 5 feet out of the box before he realized that it was called a strike, and he had to go all the way back and pick up his bat and get back in the batter's box.
You hate to see it.
Count goes to full, and we're ready for a payoff pitch to Coco Figuerito. Ball stays low, and Figuerito is just going to drop the bat right on home plate, slam down the ankle guard, and he'll head to first. Now runners at first and second.
Years from now, when I know I've done my last Otters game at Bossy Field behind the microphone, that's what I want to do. Just a type of mic drop like that from the press box, and then, of course, pick up the microphone because that's my personal microphone that I bring every year. But still. And see, I told you, Max Peterson, here he is. To check in on Austin Gossman now that you have 2 runners on with 1 out here with Lake Erie threatening in the bottom of the 3rd.
Well, and like many of the games we've seen Gossman in this year, a couple of batters really making him work in certain at-bats have worked that pitch count up really quickly. He's at 63 pitches, and he only has 1 out in the 3rd inning. It's kind of the way it's gone for a lot of the season for him. Is in his last 4 games, he's pitched well over 100 pitches. This meeting lasting a lot longer than some of the others, and Jason Smith's going to come join in, state his thoughts as well. Says, Coach, I think maybe you should leave him in for a couple batters. Actually, it looked like Max Peterson had a few words that he wasn't too happy about, maybe a strike zone.
Maybe talk about consistency,
but he certainly didn't look happy on the ride home with Jason Smith.
We're just maybe asking Jason Smith if he was going to ride back to Evansville with the team and umpire our series starting tomorrow against the Gateway Grizzlies in beautiful Evansville. 6:35 first pitch time.
That is possible. Very easy to get into the game tomorrow, I've heard.
Oh, he is for everyone? Yeah. Go to the public library and get a free ticket.
So that's going to bring Austin White to the plate. The last time he was up in a scenario kind of like this, the inning ended before he could finish his at-bat.
And no one told me anything about He Is For Everyone night, so I'm always the last to find out. But I assume it's going to be like past years where you want to keep your free ticket because that ticket number at the end is what is then put in for the big drawing. Aren't there? I mean, in the past, there at He Is For Everyone night been big door prizes, but you would keep your actual ticket because that had a ticket on it.
Well, if you're coming to the game tomorrow, keep your ticket just in case.
Yeah, just as a souvenir. I used to keep every ticket stub of every athletic event I went to.
Ball is put into left field, and they're going to hold the runner at third. The bases are going to be loaded with 1 out for Lake Erie. Austin White drove that one into left with a hurry.
He did, and now trouble here for Austin Gossman because there's no place to put our next batter in Sean Cheeley, the right fielder.
Now, they have not given us an angle of the Otters bullpen, but I do expect somebody is up and throwing. And based on where this game is, I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of the guys who can go a little bit longer and like potentially like a Jacob Bulls. 3-2 is the lead for Lake Erie. They've got the bases loaded and 1 out. This all coming right after Evansville took the lead. First pitch home to Sean Cheeley is grounded towards Khalil at short. He's going to go home, and they just barely get the out there. That's a good heads-up play from Khalil.
That was an unbelievable play from George Khalil because he knew the moment he saw the ball coming towards him that he was going to home, and he was able to corral a ball that had a high hop off the turf. And a great play and execution there by Justin Felix in one fluid motion as well, catching the ball and then applying the tag. So nicely done there, and that is a key out in a key situation. And now a sacrifice fly is taken out of the equation.
Well, and also you've got the catcher Brian De La Rosa coming to the plate, who statistically sits at the bottom of this Crushers team. Of course, those are always the guys that seem to be the one to get the hit against your team, but you know, you now have a guy who has struggled in scenarios like this, so this could favor Austin Gossman.
Well, regardless of where they're batting in the lineup, anyone's a threat, especially with Lake Erie and the offensive prowess that they've shown already this season.
First pitch home to De La Rosa. Just catches the zone for a called strike 1. Nice curveball there from Gossman.
Working ahead in the count, too. That's the key here as well.
Well, Gossman did that very well in the first 2 innings, getting his first pitch strikes. Even though they ended up giving up a run due to the error, he has attacked the zone well. The 0-1 to De La Rosa. And
that's a strike, and it's not to throw off our listeners and not to interfere with your play-by-play, but my goodness, man.
Yeah, that's called a ball 1, but I think that De La Rosa really sold it, throwing his body backwards to get himself the call. I'm sure there was a word or two from the Otters coaching staff as well, as the 1-1 looked like it fell in right at the elbows.
See, that I thought it was a little bit up. The last one, I don't know.
And Jason Smith calls time as he was looking back towards or the seating area behind home plate, but we seem to be good to go now.
Jason Smith is a lot closer than what we are, considering he's actually in Avon, Ohio, and we are not.
Well, what could have been a strike 3 called instead takes the count to 2-1 for Austin Gossman. Some work to do in the count. Ball is skied out towards right field. Chasing backwards a little is Jeffrey Baez, and he will bring it in for out number 3. The Crushers load the bases, but a great play by George Khalil helps the Otters get out of the scenario, and we head to the 4th inning where Zane will take over. Otters trailing by 1. If you want to stay up to date with the Evansville Otters at all times, you can give them a follow at Eville Otters on Twitter, on Instagram at Evansville Otters, or you can like the Evansville Otters on Facebook, and by doing those things, you'll stay up to date with everything Evansville Otters every single day. At this point, I want to turn it over to Zane Clodfelter, who will give you the play-by-play for the next couple innings.
Thank you so much, Matthew Will. Great to be with you here on the Otters Digital Network on a Thursday, August 4th, 2022, and the Otters are trailing the Lake Erie Crushers in this rubber game 3-2. 3-7-0 for Lake Erie, 2-3-1 for the Otters. That one error belonging to Tyler Dones, who started the game at second base, but he has since been replaced as George Khalil entered. He is now at shortstop, and the original shortstop in that lineup, Andy Armstrong, moving over to second. J.R. Davis leading things off here. And the first pitch is taken for a called strike, 0-1. Davis, Steven Sinsley, Elijah Mcnamee in the hole. Andy Armstrong will bat if anyone's able to reach here in the top of the 4th. Next pitch is just a tad bit low, so we saw Austin Gossman not get that low strike in the last half inning, and now we're seeing Scam Belluri not get that same call. So at least a little bit of consistency here the last 10 to 15 minutes, and a high fly ball to right field, and J.R. Davis is looking, and it's a foul ball.
Of course, it's going to be frustrating for Lake Erie in that last half inning, load the bases with just one out and only get 1 or 2 runs in the inning. That is a huge inning for Austin Gossman to get himself out of and keep this game in a place where the Otters can strike back.
It could have been a whole lot worse if you're an Evansville Otter fan listening for that perspective. And for Lake Erie, it's, man, of what could have been in a series that really has been tight and close throughout. The next pitch to J.R. Davis sails over his head, and Brian De La Rosa stretches the left arm out all the way and corrals it. Count is even at 2-2. Lake Erie leads Evansville 3-2 here, top of the 4th at Mercy Health Stadium. Otters are back home tomorrow on E is for Everyone night with post-game fireworks with Indiana 8-1-1, 6:35 first pitch time, and J.R. Davis watches that pitch go by for a ball, 3-2.
Now, I know I should probably prefer our games, but I'll tell you what, Lake Erie is one of the most fun places that I've gone to a road game this year. They make it very involving with the fans and the game, and it's fun to attend a game there. I like their promotions. I like their game day atmosphere.
So Big Ten Network's Connor Onion as J.R. Davis takes a walk on an inside pitch from Scam Belluri. Connor Onion, who does Big Ten Network work for volleyball mainly and baseball as well, has always said that the Windy City manager and coaching staff really enjoy their time in Evansville because they like the way we do things here, which is always reassuring when you hear the opposition enjoy their time in Evansville. Always made me feel good too. If I lost my job here at the Otters, then I would just go work at Windy City. Bringing in Steven Sinsley now with J.R. Davis on. And the first pitch is upstairs, and we're starting to see the control issues for Scam Belluri as he walks Davis to start the inning, and now looks wild here in the first pitch thrown to Sinsley. He was so precise the first 2 innings, and the last 2, some pitches left in the zone, including that one that's fouled out of play, and now the count is even at 1-1.
Yeah, Scam Belluri is not a guy who's going to go super deep into games pitch count-wise. As long as he can keep his pitch count low, he can go pretty deep into a ball game. But the most he's thrown all year is 111 pitches, and he only has 4 games over 100. So if you can get him to the 80-ish range, that's when you can start to potentially take him out.
The next pitch is inside, and 2-1 now on a tough pitch and a good location for Scam Belluri, where if you get Steven Sinsley to swing, kind of one of the other situations where he's going to foul it off and fist it.
Or it goes off that high part of the bat and is a easy pop-out for you.
2-1 pitch from Scam Belluri to Sinsley, and it's fouled back to the screen. And good for the people seated behind home plate. They know the net's there. They're not flinching.
Yeah, I didn't see one. In fact, I think the one that flinched the most out of anyone, if you could even call it a flinch, was Brett Adcock back there.
Where is Brett?
We've lost Bryce Studeville, who is sitting right next to him.
So they're serving as seat fillers here at Mercy Health Stadium this evening. I bet they're missing their press box experience that they enjoy at Bosse
sure.
Field, right?
I'm sure.
And the base hit here for Steven Sinsley as it gets through, and now J.R. Davis making his way to third, and so runners are at the corner with Steven Sinsley lining a base hit through the right side of the infield, and what a start here for Evansville with Elijah Mcnamee coming to the plate.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Steven Sinsley's a guy that when he can make solid contact like that, it makes it very hard for an infielder to do their job because he gets it by him so quickly. And when you play at a ballpark like this where the turf is so tightly packed, I'm sure that got a really good bounce off the first hop and made it very tough for the second baseman Thomas Rivera to have any chance of getting to it.
So Davis, who led off with a walk, is now at third base on the single from Steven Sinsley. There's nobody out here. Top of the fourth, the Otters trailing 3-2, but that tying run, oh, so close at third base. The first pitch to Elijah Mcnamee is taken in the turf for a ball 1-0.
Yeah, the biggest rivalry this week has been the Otters versus runners on third with less than 2 outs. They've really struggled to bring them home.
And they've struggled to do that recently on this, I wouldn't call it skid, but just not a decent run they've been on in terms of piling up wins as the next pitch is fouled for Elijah Mcnamee, 1-1.
A tough stretch of baseball.
Just inconsistent at times as well. There's moments where the offense is stellar, but the pitching struggles, and then the pitching can only do so much because of the lack of production offensively. So it's, we remember their winning streak earlier in the season, how everything was clicking. It's a matter of time before that happens here again, and Evansville will be sitting pretty not only in terms of the playoff chase, but just team morale overall. Because it is a very long season. There's going to be ebbs and flows.
And this is where I think some of the rookies hit that struggle point. You're at this home stretch. The team is struggling. This is where the veterans on this team have to stand up.
Next pitch to Elijah Mcnamee is downstairs, 2-1. And we have talked to the players for Otters TV, and those who are newcomers who played a college schedule, they'll tell you it's a little bit more of a grind because in the college game, you're not playing a 96-game schedule. Granted, a lot of these guys are also playing in the wooden bat leagues in the summer to stay fresh for college baseball, but still not coming to the length of road trips and the wear and tear as another pitch is taken low for a ball, 3-1.
Well, and with the new rookie rules here in the Frontier League, there's a lot of guys on this team who played a full collegiate season and then jumped right into Frontier League baseball. So they're sitting at probably well over 100 games now played.
And a lot of these guys for Evansville, if they did play in college, are playing high Division I level baseball. This pitch is fouled off by Elijah Mcnamee, now 3-2. Elijah Mcnamee, he's not a rookie in the Frontier League. He's been in Evansville a little bit, a couple of years, pre-pandemic even, but also played high-level college baseball at Mississippi State and making his name known on the national scene in the postseason.
If you listen really hard, you can hear the cowbells going off in Mississippi.
A 3-2 pitch is what Elijah Mcnamee is waiting for, and it's on its way, and he fires a high fly ball to left field, and this is gone. A home run. That ball has been exterminated by McMahon. Exterminating. Remember, who can help with all your pest control needs? McMahon can, and man, did Elijah Mcnamee, big hit Mac, exterminate that. It's 5-4. Evansville.
Yeah, he absolutely crushed that ball. Ended up well up the hill in left field. It's his 7th homer of the year, his 2nd one, good for 3 runs. And it's his first one since the 5th of July.
And that home run that he hit, very reminiscent of the super regional home run that he hit to send Mississippi State to the College World Series.
It was very similar.
So Elijah Mcnamee giving Evansville a 5-3 lead here on the 3-run shot. I misspoke earlier on the score of 5-3, and what a big turn of events here in the top of the 4th. And clearly, am I the good luck charm finally today? Can we change the narrative on that?
Because I know did well on Tuesday evening. You righted the ship after a couple tough games against Sussex County.
That's right. So Austin Hernandez was behind the microphone for the loss last night, if we all remember.
You're not quite on a winning streak, even after tonight, so you need one more to make it a streak, but you've got something going right.
So Elijah Mcnamee with a 3-run shot, and what a boost for Austin Gossman on the mound. That has to pump some life into him, and now The catcher, Brian De La Rosa for Lake Erie, stands up and now crouches back down and awaits that first pitch. And it's Andy Armstrong now, the second baseman in the batter's box. 0 for 1 tonight so far.
Tell you what, it is incredibly uplifting to see the Otters now hit a home run in 4 out of their last 5 games. That was the bread and butter during the win streaks, during the good times of the season. To see that part of the game return is uplifting.
And to see Elijah Mcnamee as that pitch is taken for a strike 1-1, to see him get on the home run act is something that I'm sure Andy McCauley and Bobby Siegel on the hitting side desperately wanting to see from their outfielder.
When he had such a tough stretch of baseball in the last week, so to see him get an RBI hit last night and now a big hit here is nice to see.
Swing and a miss on that next pitch, and that was heat from Scambellery, and it's 1-2. As Andy Armstrong tries to get the line going again. There's still nobody out here in this inning, and that is a curveball that drops in, and that's a strike 3 called. And Andy Armstrong can only turn his head and walk back to the batter's box, striking out on that pitch. That very good.
I'm sure whenever Armstrong goes through the game footage and watches through his at-bats, he'll be a little more okay with that one. That's a beautiful curveball from Scambellery to drop it in at the last second and get a called strike 3. It's his 4th strikeout of the day.
Brings in Justin Felix, the catcher, who's also 0 for 1 this evening. Looking to get something going here for Evansville. Already scoring 3 runs here in the top of the 4th after Elijah Mcnamee scored J.R. Davis, who led off the inning with a walk, and then Steven Sinsley, who followed with a single. Both of those runners coming home on McNamee's 3-run bomb. And the first pitch to Justin Felix taken for a strike 0-1.
It's good to see Felix look confident at the plate, especially after his injury earlier in the game that doesn't seem to be phasing him now.
He took a salt tablet, rubbed some artificial turf on it. Can't rub dirt. Pitch is taken outside. The count is even at 1-1.
Yeah, it sure makes the life of the clubbies a little bit easier when they're playing on a surface like this as well.
Yeah, to shake the rubber pellets out of the jersey and call it clean, right? The 1-1 pitch. I'm sure the Otters would appreciate that on a long bus trip home. And it's a pitch in the dirt, 2-1.
Yeah, this is where the Otters really need to take over. We get to the middle stage of this game. We're getting awfully close to the which team's going to opt to the bullpen first, and will that benefit or kill that team's momentum? So this is a great chance for the Otters to keep their foot on the gas.
The 2-1 pitch to Justin Felix is again downstairs, and Scambellery really starting to labor here the last couple of innings. So crisp and efficient the first 2. Had such a stellar first inning, 3 up, 3 down, and it's kind of unraveled on him ever since. A 3-1 hitter-friendly count to Justin Felix, and Justin takes a walk, a Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar.
And it seems like the Otters play their best baseball against teams' best pitchers. If you remember back to the Washington series, it was 9-1 Rob Whalen who the Otters got their only win of that series against. So they're facing the best starter for Lake Erie tonight, and they're coming out in these middle innings swinging well and earning themselves walks to keep the bases full of base runners.
Billy Easley, the first base coach for Evansville, gives a fist pump to Justin Felix after working that walk, because now there's a runner on for George Khalil, the shortstop. Has already made a tremendous defensive play to save a run at shortstop, and now he's into the batter's box watching a ball go by. 1-0 on the count. Looked like a slider trying to get him to chase and couldn't pull the trigger there. And Good eye from George as he awaits the next one, and this is inside 2-0 as the count in George's favor here if he wants to get the green light or be given the green light and swing at something to his liking. The next pitch, and he thought about it, a check swing, and it's a strike called anyway. As Scambellery there, able to locate the zone, 2-1.
Yeah, that's a nice offering there. Work towards the outside edge and just had Khalil thinking about it too hard.
Top of the fourth, Mercy Health Stadium. The Otters enjoying a 5-3 lead with one out, and George Khalil swings at a pitch, and it's a high fly ball. It's on the shallow part of the outfield, and making the catch, it's the right fielder, Sean Cheeley. So the second out here in the fourth inning. And that runner and Justin Felix retreats back to first base for the Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game. That's Miles Gordon, the center fielder. Gordon, who's 0 for 2. He struck out twice already this evening.
Yeah, this is a good chance for Miles Gordon to get his day on track and keep this inning going.
First pitch to Miles Gordon is taken for a strike. Fastball, 0-1.
Yeah, Scambellery has been really good on the inside edge and the outside edge. Not as much with the high and lows, but right on the edges, he's been very efficient tonight.
The 0-1 pitch to Miles Gordon, and this is chopped to the first base side. And a nice play there by the second baseman. Thomas Rivera throwing over to Jackson Valera for the final out of the inning. But J.R. Davis led off with a walk. Stephen Sinsley singled him to third, and then Elijah Mcnamee hit a 3-run home run. We're going to the bottom half of the fourth. The Otters on top 5-3 on the Otters Digital Network. We're back here, Mercy Health Stadium, Avon, Ohio. Frontier League Baseball and the Otters Digital Network. Evansville enjoying a 5-3 lead here in the bottom half of the fourth. St. Claude Filter, Matthew Will alongside. Otters are back at Bosse Field tomorrow night, the first of 3 against Gateway. But first, bottom of the fourth, and Austin Gossman works to Jake Gitter, who is 0 for 1. He struck out earlier. Otters with 2 runs in the third, 3 runs in the fourth off Mcnamee's 3-run bomb. And the 1-0 pitch as we await it from Austin Gossman to Jake Gitter. And it's fouled. And again, poor Justin Felix. You could see at the moment it left Gitter's bat, and now Jake Gitter looks in true sadness, and it's really nothing Jake Gitter can control. I mean, it's a foul ball.
That went right off the inside of the foot of Justin Felix, and again, Mandy Flagg comes running out to help out Felix. It looks like this one's going to be able to just be walked off. That first step he took, he was really labored on that right foot. Sometimes when it rains, it pours as a catcher.
Lake Erie with a run in the first off that error, and then scored twice in the third. 5-5-1 for Evansville, 3-7-0 for the Lake Erie Crushers, who bat here in the bottom of the fourth, trailing 5-3. Jake Gitter, now that Justin Felix has collected his thoughts, he settles back in behind the plate and gives the sign to Gossman, who delivers. Outside, 2-1. Otters keeping tabs on the scoreboard and keeping tabs on the standings, as the next pitch to Gitter is taken for a ball. Otters trying to stay ahead of Schaumburg right now. The Otters in second place, Schaumburg in third in the West Division. The next pitch, 3-1, is fouled down the first base line, 3-2. So Washington entered tonight 44-24. They're 7-3 in their last 10. The Otters are 5.5 back after losing last night, and 4-6 in their last 10. Schaumburg is 8 back of first place Washington, 2.5 back of Evansville at 35-31. And then the team on the outside looking in would be Gateway, who comes to Evansville this weekend, 3 games back of third place Schaumburg, as there's another pitch fouled by Gitter. So as I mentioned to you, Matthew Will, earlier, this is a big series for Gateway, who is also 3 games back of that final playoff spot. It's important for these teams to beat the quality teams ahead of them to gain ground, and Gateway is going to have a big opportunity over the weekend.
It will be a series that means a lot for both of these teams.
Jake Gitter awaits a 3-2 pitch from Gossman. It's a swing and a miss on a fastball. Nicely done by Austin Gossman. Jake Gitter is a strikeout casualty here to start the bottom of the fourth, with Evansville leading 5-3.
Yeah, the other big series I'm keeping an eye on this week is going to be Lake Erie at Washington this weekend. A chance for this Lake Erie team to keep making that push. And you mentioned earlier, got to win against the teams ahead of you in the standings. Say they get a win tonight and then push that into a series against Washington, Lake Erie could be in this conversation very quickly.
What a homestand for Lake Erie, too. If you're going to sell tickets, why not have the top 2 teams in your respective division come to town? And now batting for Lake Erie, the leadoff man, it's Connor Owings, who's 1 for 2, and that hit, you ask? Well, it was a solo home run in the bottom of the third.
For the Otters, thank goodness it was a solo home run.
It was crushed. Irizarry later singled in that inning for the second run in the third. Pitch is taken inside. Count is even.
Gossman has really settled in here to start this inning. His pitches look very controlled, which is good to see.
And it's nice to pitch with a lead. You can be a little bit more loose, not as tight. Not that Austin Gossman's a tight individual, but it's good to know you're getting some run support offensively from your teammates, and that pitch is on the outside and just misses 2-1.
Yeah, out of the hand, I didn't think that pitch had any chance, and then Gossman willed it towards the zone. That was a borderline pitch. It could have been called either way.
A lethargic game so far, you would say. The next pitch fouled, 2-2. This game started shortly after 7 o'clock local time in Avon, Ohio. Shortly after 6 o'clock for those of you in God's country, Evansville, Indiana, and parts of southern Indiana in the central time zone. And we are almost approaching 2 hours here.
It's something about the games you call. You've just had a lot of long games this year.
I have, and it started when we were working in the same press box together on the west side at the University of Southern Indiana. The 2-2 pitch, and this is a high fly ball into right field. And Connor Owings flied out to center.
Yeah, Jeffrey Baez was underneath. He had parked underneath it, and then Miles Gordon was the one who came screaming over from center field to make the catch. I guess when you think you have the best play on the ball, you can take it, but interesting play there.
I'll bring in Jackson Valera, and you mentioned screaming. So, yeah, you were doing GLVCSN work for the Screaming Eagles baseball. I was doing public address, and at USI, my payment situation is different. It's a per hour, per rate. So I loved games going 4 to 4.5 hours at USI because that meant more money for me. We're currently at the Otters a per game rate, so I'm going to 1 to 2.5 hour contest just to get my money's worth, right? As the pitch to Jackson Valera is taken for a strike, and he tried to sell it. Leaned back a little bit, trying to imply that it was inside, but our umpire, Jason Clark, wouldn't fall for it. He's 1 for 2 so far with a double and run scored. A run coming in the first inning on the air, and this appears to be a foul ball. 0-2.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Valera saw there on that pitch coming home, but very late he decided to swing and was lucky he made contact. It kind of looked like the 7-iron was out there, digging that one out of the far outside corner. He's lucky he made contact and kept himself alive.
Oh, 2 count. Awaits Jackson Valera.
There might not be a hotter first-inning team than the Empire State Grays. They led 3-0 coming out of the first. They're currently leading 3-1 in the third.
We'll see. Now they've been eliminated from the playoffs, as that's another foul ball. Now they can play free and loose, right? They have no pressure, right?
Everything to prove and nothing to lose.
And they can be spoilers. And a lot of times you'd rather play those teams that are also in the playoff hunt with you as opposed to playing those teams that are spoilers because there's no pressure for them.
The only thing they can do is ruin your day.
And if they do, well, they're going to be happy because they won a contest. The 0-2 and another foul ball as Jackson Valera is making Austin Gossman work, according to the live stats that I have. The number is a couple pitches off than what we're seeing, maybe a couple of double clicks. Right now in the upper 70s is Gossman.
Impressed with Valera in this count. He's certainly fought his way in to keeping this count alive.
So that was pitch 77 I have, and that's outside now 2-2.
Yeah, Gossman really didn't want him swinging at that one, so he put it in the opposite batter's box. And even with that, Valera leaned over the plates and almost went after it. He was able to keep the bat on the shoulder, though.
2-2, right?
1-2.
Oh, 1-2. I beg your pardon. I was hoping I would get to say that sometime this evening. The 1-2 is fouled, and it remains 1-2.
Yeah. Once again, Valera swings at a pitch that was really not near the zone, but I think that he thinks the strike zone could be any size right now, and he's just trying to keep himself alive in the count. He is the last out right now in the fourth inning for the Crushers, so he's just trying to keep this inning alive.
It's 8 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are?
No.
The 1-2 pitch from Gossman to Valera. That was a big swing and a miss, but it was fouled.
I can't really tell what it fouled off of because it looked like it got behind Valera, but then it ended up in front of Austin Gossman out there in front of the mound. So maybe it went off either the catcher Felix or the home plate umpire Jason Smith, but regardless, the count stays at 1-2.
Lake Erie is in no rush because they don't have a road trip after this game is over. They go back to their residence and get ready for another home series in Avon, Ohio this weekend. It's a 1-2 count on Jackson Valera, who has worked Austin Gossman here in this at-bat. It's a 5-3 Evansville lead, bottom of the fourth. Gossman has the sign he wants from Justin Felix. And he delivers. Swing and a miss on a fastball. Nice pitch there by Austin Gossman as Valera strikes out. And Gossman retires the side in order through 4 in Avon, Ohio. Evansville leads 5-3 on the Otters Digital Network.
Evansville Otters baseball on the Otters Digital Network is presented by our friends at Old National Bank. Your bank for Evansville, your bank for life. Now back to Zane with the 5th inning.
Thank you so much, Matthew Will. Otters are in Avon, Ohio at Mercy Health Stadium. Matthew Will and I are at 23 Don Manley Way, Bossy Field, Evansville, Indiana, for our remote broadcast here on the Otters Digital Network. And hello to Austin Hernandez, who asked, are we saying he's the reason the Otters lost last night? Precisely. Yes, he is the reason why they lost. And the first pitch from Scambellery is taking for a ball to Zach Biermann, who's 1 for 2. And another pitch is a ball 2-0. That was a double. Scored a run. Biermann trying to get himself either a triple, single, or a home run, and we can put him on cycle watch for Big Red. So we know he's listening. The 2-0 is downstairs, 3-0. Giving Mr. Biermann the green light here. I'd give Mr. Biermann the green light here.
Biermann's drawn a lot of walks. I'd like to see him just keep the bat on the shoulder.
Batting .302.
That's an easy pitch to keep the bat on the shoulder, way over the head of the catcher, De La Rosa.
So Zach Biermann takes another walk. And that'll bring in Jeffrey Baez. Jeffrey Baez. Outfielder extraordinaire for the Evansville Otters, playing right field for a change recently, as Matthew Will so eloquently described earlier. As we're seeing Elijah Mcnamee tonight for a second straight game playing in left field.
Yeah, Baez has now clocked time in all three positions out there this year.
Andy McCauley is keeping us honest with his lineup. That first pitch to J.R. Davis, to Jeffrey Baez, is the strike 0-1.
Good to see Baez get a solid base hit his last time up, bring a couple of runs in.
J.R. Davis, the man on deck. Steven Sinsley is in the hole. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and Baez watches it sail outside the zone, and the count is even at 1-1.
It's a tough pitch to lay off for Baez. That was real close to the zone. He's lucky it stayed out.
Scambellery has the sign he wants from his catcher, Brian De La Rosa, and he fires, and it's a high fly ball. Left center field, and making the catch is a crusher for the first out in the inning. As we're now getting a panoramic shot of Mercy Health Stadium as J.R. Davis walks to the batter's box.
Davis helped kick off that last half inning. Started off with a walk, was sent over to third by Sinsley and brought home by Mcnamee.
J.R. Davis in the right-handed batter's box. The pride of California. And the first pitch is a high fly ball, left center field. And this ball is going to be a Deerhead double-decker double for J.R. Davis. And an extra base hit for J.R. Davis as that ball nearly left Mercy Health Stadium. Just not enough mustard on it, but J.R. Davis, I'm sure, will settle for a double as he gives his batting gloves to Billy Easley.
Yeah, the middle infielders there from Lake Erie were not at all happy with the safe call at second. And they have a discussion there. It was a close play, but J.R. Davis just barely got the foot in there.
Does no good to argue, though, but I say that, and people are still arguing in Frontier League Baseball because there is no replay system to, I guess, challenge your own premise on what you saw. So it's an umpire's word against a manager or a coach's word, right?
Well, the only thing we know now is the Otters have two men in scoring position.
Prime opportunity here to add to this 5-3 lead for Evansville in the top of the fifth with only one out. That runner at third is Zach Biermann. J.R. Davis is at second, and the first pitch to Steven Sinsley is a fastball taken for a strike, 0-1.
This is the magic moment of the game where you've got Scambellery where you want him in a pitch count. You can get a couple of runs on him. You might see him exit the game earlier than Lake Erie probably wants.
The 0-1 is in the dirt. Now 1-1 as the count is even. Steven Sinsley trying to help the Otters get back to 10 games over 500. They have teetered around this mark for what seems like an eternity, getting back to 11, 12 games under or over 500, only to fall back to 8 or 9. The next pitch is low, 2-1 now on the Otters' designated hitter, who wears 21 on the back of his road gray jersey. The numerals are in that royal blue. Gray bottoms as well, with Evansville across the chest. The 2-1, swing and a miss on a fastball. Count is even at 2-2.
Sinsley, another guy on this team who has clocked a lot of professional experience. Game 335 of his professional career tonight. Good to see the Otters using so much experienced talent throughout this lineup.
Sure, like Erie trying to get Scambellery through this inning. That way, if his teammates are able to give him a couple of runs in the bottom half, he would be in line for the win, as that's a swing and a miss on what appears to be indeed a strikeout. So that foul tip was held on to by Brian De La Rosa.
And they switched the camera right as it happened, but I think Steven Sinsley was a little upset after that strikeout and broke the bat over the knee.
Makes me think of Niehaus Lumber, and it looks like someone's having some fun on the interstate because I see the flashing lights from police officers. So someone's speeding on I-80 in Ohio. Slow down if you're listening to us in the Buckeye State. And we do have a call to the bullpen, so we will take a quick timeout. And Matthew Wilt will tell you who's coming in after this on the Otters Digital Network.
Now we've got a Lake Erie call to the bullpen. Ian Walda is going to get the nod out of that left field pin on the season. Ian Walda has appeared in now 15 games. He's got an 0-2 official record, 3.52 ERA. He's gone 15 1/3 innings. In that time, given up just 6 earned runs in 15 innings. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs.
And Matthew, our pitcher catcher battery, it's Ian Waldo on the mound and Brian De La Rosa behind the plate. That pitcher catcher battery powered by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located conveniently at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000 and tell them Zane from the Otters sent you.
And I think the selfishly, the best part about the Otters able to get Scambellery out of this game is you and I don't have to keep struggling with Scambellery throughout the rest of this one.
Walda is a lot more manageable.
Straightforward.
Yes.
2 syllables. No problems here. Otters with a chance to add to the lead, though. Runners at second and third, 2 outs. And big hit Mac headed to the plate.
And we already have seen his bat earlier in the game. 3-run home run, and maybe he can duplicate this feat here with 2 runners on again. First pitch from Ian Walda to Elijah Mcnamee, and it goes behind him. I was getting ready to say it hit him, and no, it sailed completely behind him. So if you're Elijah, stick the fatty part of the body out and take it on the rear and make your way over to first, right?
I think it's incredible that De La Rosa still caught that ball, having to blindly catch it over there.
Takes skills. That's why he's catching and not us.
I mean, a run very easily could have scored on that play.
It's a good point with a runner at second and third. And I think they might have gotten crossed up a little bit, and so this might not be an actual mound visit as it pertains to the umpires and keeping tabs. I think they're going over the signs here to make sure they're on the same page, and if it's a changing of signs, especially with a player for Evansville at second base, you might want to just switch up the signs. Not saying anyone's stealing signs, but and as the umpire just signaled, to the dugouts. Indeed, that meeting about signs, and so it will not count towards their mound visit total.
And reading the lips of Ian Walda as he walked back, it looked like, okay, as he walked back. So it looked like there was a little bit of miscommunication getting started here.
As Steve Tassler would say, gotcha. So we have confirmed everything, and we're on the same page. And now Elijah Mcnamee awaits a 1-0 pitch from Walda, and it's a swing and a miss on a slider that
ran away.
Man, 1-1.
But Mcnamee was really sure of the swing. He had decided he wanted to swing, but it ran.
It ran so far away. The 1-1 pitch. 2 outs. Otters lead in the top of the fifth. Not yet to the halfway point in this game. 5-3, and it's slow. 2-1.
Interesting on the last couple of pitches, the catcher De La Rosa is not giving typical signs with the fingers in between the legs. Instead, they're full on like third base coach, chest, knee, mask, shoulders, touching of the body signs.
It's a 2-1 count.
Long traffic stop out there.
That is. The next pitch is fouled back 2-2. Deuces are wild with 2-1, and the Otters enjoying a 2-run lead here in the fifth. And now I'm starting to look to see if there's going to be other responding officers or deputies.
We finally got a big flinch behind home plate after that last foul off back into the netting. Whole left side back there. Trying to keep themselves out of the way.
This game at a methodical pace, and the Crushers all ready to the bullpen with Ian Walda on in relief of Joseph Scambellery. And the 2-2 pitch is inside, and Elijah Mcnamee moves the arms and readjusts the batting gloves and the belt, and count runs full here, 3-2.
That was awfully close to Mcnamee getting to sit down on strikes. But he's going to get another opportunity now.
2 runners are on. The lead runner is Biermann at third base. Count is full at 3-2. The delivery from Walda to Mcnamee on its way, and it's ball 4. So the bases are now loaded after Elijah Mcnamee walks, bringing in Andy Armstrong, the second baseman for Evansville.
Yeah, that's a really hard-earned walk by Elijah Mcnamee. Struggled in the early parts of the at-bat, but was able to bring himself back into contention and grab himself a free base.
Pressure is on for Ian Walda to keep this game manageable for his outfit as the bases are now loaded. Biermann, who walked, is at third. J.R. Davis, who doubled, is still at second, with Mcnamee, who just walked at first base, and the first pitch to Andy Armstrong is taken for a ball, 1-0. He wouldn't walk the batter here with the bases loaded, would he? The seventh guy? He wouldn't do that, would he?
He wouldn't dare.
He wouldn't do that. Ian Walda playing with fire a little bit here with the walk to Mcnamee. The next pitch is a gift of a strike on the outside corner from Jason Smith, and the count is even at 1-1. Oh, man, how one call on a pitch can change the complexion here. Instead of a 2-0 count, it's 1-1 here. The bases loaded. Otters with a 5-3 lead. The next pitch is, no mistake in that one, a ball inside, 2-1.
Yeah, this is a good opportunity for Armstrong, whether it is on a walk or potentially on a base hit, to bring in a couple of runs, kind of save his day and his series at that point as well, as he has struggled a little bit so far in this 3-game set.
0 for 2. He's already struck out tonight, but has a workable count here, 2-1. And a long top of the fifth, and a big swing and a miss there from Andy Armstrong on a pitch that brought up some rubber pellets from the artificial turf.
Obviously, our view is much different than what the batters are seeing. There is something with this slider of Ian Walda that these Evansville righties love because they go chasing after it almost every single time he throws it.
It's a 2-2 count. 2 outs. Bases are loaded for Evansville. Andy Armstrong batting, with the Otters enjoying a 5-3 lead. The pitch from Walda on its way, and it's a ground ball to third base. The throw over in time for the 3rd out in the inning. The Otters strand the bases loaded here in the 5th. Going to the home half, Evansville leading 5-3 on the Otters Digital Network. Glad you're with us here on the Otters Digital Network, and we're inside our remote broadcast, 23 Don Manley Way, Boss C Field, a rainy Evansville, Indiana today. And the first pitch from Austin Gossman here in the bottom of the 5th is taken for a ball as Gossman deals with Kimuel Thomas Rivera.
Yeah, Thomas Rivera's last time up was the one who got the little rush started for Lake Erie.
Next pitch from Gossman is outside a ball 2-0.
Rivera's been fun to watch in this series. He's been consistent, picking up base hits when Lake Erie needed them and helped keep them in every single game thus far.
Next pitch is a strike.
Gossman still has plenty of work left to do in this game, only at the 80-ish pitch mark. So,
and he's a guy that if he's effective here, working a 2-1 count to Thomas Rivera, now it's 3-1. If he can be efficient here with his pitches, potentially going 2 more, get through 7, and then opportunities are endless. I'm sure maybe new arms we'll see in the bullpen. Maybe Polancic come in. Maybe Jacob Bowles, a ground ball, and that's foul.
That's certainly the good thing about only using Braden Bonner last night. A lot of bullpen available. Even the night before, the only other 2 were Gallardo and Sawyer, so there's plenty of arms available.
So you just assume Bonner would be unavailable today with
Probably.
the heavy workload that he's done the last 2 nights.
And he earned it. I mean, he has been very good in his first 2 games with the Otters.
3-2 count to Thomas Rivera. And it's a leadoff walk, and that's not what you want to see As an Evansville fan, with Thomas Rivera leading off, and that'll bring in Kenan Irizarry, a shortstop. Keeping tabs here on the Otters in Avon, Ohio, and keeping tabs on the rest of the Frontier League. And Florence has opened the game against Schaumburg in the 6th. It's now 13-6, Y'alls. So Florence having a lot of fun there. A 5-run 5th as Austin Gossman throws over and checks on the runner Thomas Rivera at first. Washington still with that 2-0 lead on Gateway. The Grizzlies will then come to Bosse Field tomorrow while Washington goes to Lake Erie, so perhaps they'll drive through Evansville overnight and honk and wake all of us up. Pitch on the outside from Gossman.
Grays are having a good time once again. They're in the top of the 4th, up 6-1 at Sussex County.
Sussex County, who stymied Evansville in the Otters' trip to Skyland Stadium. The next pitch from Gossman is fouled, now 1-1 to Irizarry.
And that's a Sussex County team you have to keep an eye on, because right now Quebec and Ottawa have really started to run away with the East Division. There's a pretty lengthy gap between Ottawa and Sussex County. But from Sussex County all the way down to New Jersey, it's getting very close in the East Division. So Miners have to be careful that they can maintain their lead and not get kind of caught up with Tri-City there in the 3 and 4 spots.
Buckle up, Matthew Will. Buckle up. And a throw over to first. Back safely is Kimuel Thomas Rivera.
And it's good to see that Gossman is worried about not giving up a men in scoring position. Just got to be careful with the throwovers, obviously.
And the runner is going Thomas Rivera, and the throw by Felix not in time as Kimuel Thomas Rivera steals second base, and now there is a runner in scoring position on Austin Gossman, bottom of the 5th, with the Otters leading 5-3.
Justin Felix has been very good, and especially in the last month at throwing runners out. But both of his throw-out attempts tonight have bounced in a couple of times, and they've been on the third base side of second base. So a little concerning on a couple of the throw-outs out there. Of course, we know Justin Felix is capable of so much more.
But if you're bouncing it consistently and your infielder knows where you're wanting to bounce it in front of the plate, it's not that bad of a move, especially if you're trying to apply a quick tag off of the bounce and not bring it up too high, as that pitch is now 3-1.
That is the one benefit. If you're bouncing it in, it means it's usually pretty low to the ground.
Right, so especially on a situation like that, I don't mind it bouncing as long as the shortstop or second baseman covering has an opportunity to semi-know where that ball is going to ricochet to so they can play it. That is taken for a strike from Gossman to Irizarry, and now the count runs full at 3-2, and there's still a little police activity beyond our view here.
Irizarry has RBIs in both of his first 2 opportunities tonight.
Fun night in Ohio, I guess. 3-2, and that is a low pitch and a ball. And Kenan Irizarry will take a walk to first, and now the tying run is on for Lake Erie in the bottom of the 5th, and that's not what you want to see, and especially you don't want to see it with the pitch count riding up for Gossman. But with the Otters and Crushers here in the bottom of the 5th, Austin needs 3 more wins if he wants to leave this contest with the ability to take home a winning decision, which I know in the grand scheme of things when it comes to pitchers, that's not really the measuring stick metric that you're judged on, but it's still better to take a win than potentially take a losing decision, right?
Yeah, and, you know, obviously whether he stays in or doesn't finish the 5th inning, you want to see him get at least 1 out here and not allow the base runners to advance.
So we're here in the bottom of the fifth. There's 2 on, and bunting is Coco Figuerito, the DH. It's not often you see a designated hitter bunting here this early in a game. We just reached the center point, midway point of the game in the last half-inning break.
But it shows that the designated hitter is selfless and is okay giving up one of his opportunities to swing by helping the team out.
The next pitch is taken for a ball 2-0, and this is problematic because if you're Austin Gossman, yeah, you don't want base runners, but you at least want them to earn their way on. And the 2 runners on base this inning, a byproduct of what, Matthew Will?
Walks.
2 walks.
And the problem was both of these first 2 pitches of this at-bat have been close.
But not close enough. So now the 2-0 pitch, and that is bunted foul. So a 2-1 count. Coco Figuerito trying to bunt both runners up a base, would put both in scoring position, and would give Austin White the potential to have a base hit to tie the game here in the 5th. But first, Coco Figuerito needs to figure out how to get this bunt down, if in fact that's what he wants to execute here on a 2-1 from Gossman.
I'd expect he tries at least one more time.
The 2-1, and indeed he does. He stabs at it, and a throw back to Gossman. So he showed on the bunt, so that should be a strike, correct? Yes, it is. 2-2, and then it looked like Justin Felix was trying to catch the runner, and Thomas Rivera getting too big a lead off of second, and instead Austin Gossman cut it off, so the ball didn't get thrown through.
No, it got thrown through.
Oh, it did? Okay. That just shows you how far the camera angle is.
Yeah, the bounce was just not quite favorable enough for George Khalil. Usually they've been on the left side of second base. That time it was a bit too far to the right.
Just by trying to read Austin Gossman's body language, it looked like he caught it. Beg your pardon there on that mistake, and now the count runs full 3-2, and this is an extremely big pitch here because my guess is if you walk the bases loaded with nobody out, there's not going to be any other choice for Max Peterson but to go and get Austin Gossman. As Coco Figuerito has a full count, and I'm sure he is swinging away here. The pitch is on its way, and it's fouled, and he's frustrated because he thinks he missed a pitch there.
And I think he did too. It was kind of there in the wheelhouse, and he just topped over the top of it really hard and was also a bit ahead of it. So
pressure-packed situation here for the Evansville Otters as it's 9:34 local time in the 5th inning. 8:34 in Evansville, where we sit in Bossy Field's press box. Matthew Will and Zane Clodfelter on the Otters Digital Network remote broadcast. The 3-2 pitch, and it's a ground ball to the shortstop, over to first, out on to second for a double play. And how about that Hoosier Lottery double play there for the Otters? A crucial ground ball to the shortstop there. Thomas Rivera advances over to third, but man, I talked about earlier in this game, Matthew Will, we saw a pitch or two change the complexion of that inning. How about that one pitch from Austin Gossman, looking down the barrel of a bases loaded and nobody out situation, and now you have 2 outs here and get 1 more out. You're in line for the victory through 5.
Yeah, it was exactly what you needed there, and it was trusting the defense. You let him put the ball in play, and George Khalil and Andy Armstrong do what they do best.
What a tandem that is, the Khalil Armstrong defensive fortress that they have in the middle part of the infield. And the first pitch to Austin White is taken for a strike. And I'm sure for Austin White, who's 1 for 2 with the single, he also did strike out. His eyes got a little bit smaller as he was getting ready, I'm sure in his mind, thinking, man, I might have a bases loaded, nobody out situation. And now the game is different, and a ground ball again to George Khalil, who throws over to first again. Another slick play from George Khalil to Biermann. The Otters, through 5, maintain that 5-3 lead in Avon, Ohio on the Otters Digital Network. Top of the 6th here at Mercy Health Stadium. Otters enjoying a 5-3 lead. Saying hello to Debbie, listening in on the Otters Digital Network. Saying hello to my parents as well. Trying to boost our numbers, listening on different devices, as I'm sure Matthew Will's parents are doing the same. So thanks to all of you tuning in and listening to Otters baseball here, the series finale between the Otters and Crushers. Walda is back in, Ian Walda, for the top of the 6th. And Otters getting out of a dicey pickle there in the bottom of the 5th inning. Austin Gossman currently in line for a winning decision should his day be done. We'll see what direction the Otters go in the bottom of the 6th. And the next pitch to Justin Felix is now an even count, 1-1.
I've been wrong many times before, but I do expect that we probably see a Jacob Bulls probably enter this game here in the 6th inning.
So alert your friends, Jacob Bulls being forecasted to come in. Swing and a miss, and now 1-2. Always like seeing the USI products replacing each other. Being the University of Southern Indiana graduate that I am. Austin Gossman, though, will tell you. He had a couple stops on his collegiate experience tour. The 1-2 pitch on its way to Justin Felix, and he drills this down the left field line, and it is a fair ball, and it's going for extra bases as Justin Felix is in for a Deerhead double-decker double. And you told us earlier, Matthew Will, that Lucas, our intern, and the operations side went to Deerhead for the first time ever last night. And he loved it.
Said he got one of the double-decker pizzas, which seems like a crazy idea. But they did it.
Seems like a lot of calories.
That is true.
So maybe a double-decker pizza, you only need one piece because it's two pieces in one, perhaps?
I guess so.
I mean, you know how many calories a Papa John's pepperoni pizza is? It's like 370, which you wouldn't think would be that much, but there is a lot of crust. As George Khalil takes a ball for one piece of pizza. Thank you, Preston. He's keeping me honest.
That'd be an amazing pizza if it was only 300
No,
calories.
it would be the
pie.
keto pizza that I buy at Schnucks that apparently have like 0 carbs, but apparently the meat is supposed to, or the cheese and meat, it's supposed to be real. I don't know. A 1-0 and a nicely dropped bunt from George Khalil and making the play. It appears to be to the third baseman, who then throws to the second baseman covering first. So a nice play there by George Khalil, advancing the runner to third, and a good defensive play by Connor Owings, throwing over to Thomas Rivera, covering at first.
When we saw multiple times the Otters last night get a double to start an inning, bunt the man over to third, or sac fly the man over to third, and then they left him stranded in multiple occasions last night, and the last couple weeks too, but I want to see the Otters capitalize here.
That would be nice. A pitch inside to the Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game. That's Miles Gordon. He's 0 for 3. Striking out twice in those 3 at-bats. Sun has set in the Midwest, whether you may in Avon, Ohio, or Evansville, Indiana, or parts in between, as it's a 2-0 count now to Miles Gordon. Preston Leinenbach, who is here enjoying our broadcast as a live studio audience member, is being so gracious to turn on the lights here at Bosse Field underneath the grandstand, so we have at least a little bit of a visual of Bosse Field. It's not a pitch black hole outside our window. It's now a 3-0 count and a favorable count to Miles Gordon.
Yeah, Miles Gordon, even though he'll probably have the red light to swing here, still looking for an opportunity to extend that hit streak of his.
Next pitch taken for the old automatic get-me-over fastball. 3-1.
Yeah, and Gordon really didn't look like he had any intentions of trying to swing on the play either, so it was a kind of a give-me play.
Prime run there at third base for the Evansville Otters. And Justin Felix, who led off this inning with a double and a swing and a miss. As Miles Gordon swung over that pitch, it's now 3-2.
Miles Gordon played in game 400 of his career last night. Got himself a base hit in the game.
So the journalism major in me says tonight is game 401, correct?
Correct. That math that you took in college is finally coming in handy.
Yeah, I transferred that math credit in.
That's the smart way to do it.
3-2, and this is line down the first base line, and it is fair, and it's a big turn for Miles Gordon at first base, and that's an RBI single for the Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game. Nicely done, Miles Gordon, who then took a big turn at first, and good awareness of where the ball was being thrown back in, because he beat a tag by the first baseman Jackson Valera just in the nick of time.
Well, and the throw to Valera went way to his outside, so by the time he grabbed the ball and came all the way back, it was just too late for him.
So with that, Justin Felix scores the Otters' 6th run of the game, and it's now 6-3 here in the 6th with Miles Gordon at first base and only one out for Zach Biermann, who's already done some damage offensively today, and the first pitch he sees, he fouls back out of play, 0-1.
Already done some offensive damage in this whole series even. Got a double earlier today that he came around to score on after, had a solo home run last night. It's good to see him starting to get back into a good groove of things.
He's done it all, a double, a run scored, a walk, just tonight. The 0-1 pitch, and it gets away, and good news for Evansville because Miles Gordon now making his way safely to second base.
Well, this was the big part of this game. Get past Scambellery. Once you did, you knew we were going to get to this bullpen that sometimes struggles. And right now, Ian Walda is struggling to hit the zone consistently. And when he is hitting the zone, the Otters are getting up base hits left and right. So it's nice to see, finally, it feels like for the first time in weeks, that it's the Otters punishing an opposing bullpen instead of the inverse reaction.
Next pitch is a called strike. Nice pitch there from Ian Walda.
Yeah, Walda just challenged towards the high inside corner, a place that Zach Biermann gets choked up on a lot. So gets yourself a free strike, and now you're ahead in the count.
Zach Biermann awaits the 1-2 pitch from Walda, and it's upstairs, 2-2.
And Biermann had the jittery hands ready to go around, and he just barely held up on the swing.
Steps back into the left-handed batter's box. Zach Biermann wears 45 on the back of his gray Otters uniform. And the first baseman awaits the pitch, and it's a high fly ball. Got under it a bit down the right field line. And it is foul.
Yeah, he launched that one well off the bat, but it stayed just a little bit foul. Kind of hard to tell if it had distance to make a home run had it continued to carry in foul or fair territory.
Body language, too, you kind of got the vibe as well from Zach Biermann that he knew he didn't get all of it in terms of sending it out of the ballpark here in Avon, Ohio.
Sets up a big opportunity with 2-2 being the count, and Gordon out there at second.
We do have a question asking us if we know who the starting pitcher is going to be on Sunday. As that pitch is fouled, 2-2. Kay Smith said, "Do you know who the starting pitcher is on Sunday? Thank you."
Well, we do know that tomorrow night's going to be Ryan O'Reilly. Still figuring things out for Saturday night's game. But Sunday's going to be Vinny making his first start of the year and his second appearance on the year.
Andrea Chester's husband. And I know his wife because she went to Harrison and played athletics with my sister. Volleyball and basketball. Swing and a miss, and a strikeout there for Zach Biermann. And he wants that pitch back.
Yeah, a lot of frustration going back towards the dugout. But yeah, Vinny Santorciero will get his first start of the year and his second appearance just here in a couple weeks.
Brings in Jeffrey Baez, the right fielder.
It feels like it was ages ago that Baez had that 2-run single that gave the Otters the lead. A lead that they gave right back up, and then Mcnamee helped him retake.
Check swing from Jeffrey Baez on a pitch from Ian Walda, and it's called a strike, 0-1.
Yeah, I think Baez thought that was going to be that incredible running slider from Walda. Instead, the pitch didn't break. It stayed right where it was.
Otters enjoying a 6-3 lead here in the sixth, looking for more with Jeffrey Baez at the plate, and this is a high fly ball to left field, and it's caught for the final out in the inning. Good news is the Otters add a run. Felix doubles and later scores the run as Miles Gordon gets a base hit. Otters are on top by 3 on the Otters Digital Network.
As we head to the bottom of the sixth inning, the Otters are going to bring in a new pitcher, and it's a man that's brand new to the team for this road trip, Zach Smith, the first-year rookie out of Katy, Texas, formerly of the Missoula Paddleheads. Will check in for his first time as an Evansville Otter. This call to the Bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs.
And our battery, Zach Smith is on the mound. Justin Felix behind the plate. That pitcher catch battery is powered by our friends at The Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, 2319 North Christopher Road, or give them a call at 812-475-1000. Tell them Zane from the Otters sent you. And first pitch he fires. Zach Smith is a ball to Sean Cheely, 1 for 2. As we bat here, the Crushers do in the bottom of the sixth. The next pitch is taken for a strike, 1-1.
Yeah.
6-8-1 for Evansville, 3-7-0 for Lake Erie as the Crushers bat here in the bottom of the sixth, down 6-3. Next pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Nicely done.
Smith is one of the guys that's joining this squad to kind of help out this bullpen that's gotten a little bit short-handed. Drake Nightingale on the 14-day IL. Tyler Spring on the suspended list. A couple of guys not available right now.
That pitch is fouled from Smith to Cheely, and we'll do it again. 1-2. Yeah, a lot of the key cogs on this opening day roster, both in terms of position players and in terms of pitchers who were vital parts of Evansville's 57-39 campaign a year ago, not with the club. We're thinking about Samson Abernathy, who's currently injured. Tyler Spring, who, as you mentioned, on the suspended list. Pitch outside now, 2-2. Tim Holdgrafer, signed by MILB, being another key cog on the pitching aspect of it, at least not present here in August baseball for the Otters. And a swing and a miss and a strikeout for Zach Smith.
Well, that's a good way to make your presence known on a new team.
Yeah, there you go. Otters debut, and it starts with a strikeout. Bringing in Brian De La Rosa, the catcher for Lake Erie.
And every time De La Rosa's been at the plate, he's had an opportunity with someone on to kind of help out the half inning, but he's yet to make any moves at the plate. In fact, his last time up, the bases were loaded with 2 outs.
And he's 0 for 2. Big reason why the Otters still enjoying that lead is that first pitch is taken for a strike. 0-1 the count.
Yeah, that's a strong pitch there from Zach Smith. Gave him the curveball. It worked a little towards the outside as well. Got a strike.
The next pitch is fastball 0-2.
Yeah, I like the slider that worked its way back towards the zone, and Smith in full control right now.
Yeah. The 0-2 count on its way. And a nasty curveball. So 2 strikeouts here.
German American Bank strikeouts.
And what a start for Zach Smith. Not messing around, attacking the zone.
And I'm sure that makes Austin Gossman feel a little bit all right too. You know, got pulled from this game, probably needed to as the pitch kind of worked up very quickly. And the man comes in, brand new guy to the club, and he helps keep your lead intact.
2 outs now for Jake Getter. And the first pitch is just a tad bit low. 1-0.
But still a strong pitch. I mean, it challenged Getter. It made Getter really look at it. Getter's trying to avoid his 3rd strikeout of the evening.
Next pitch, inside 2-0. Washington has beaten Gateway 2-0. For those of you keeping tabs of the West Division chase, the next pitch from Smith is outside, so we praise Zach Smith, and now it's a 3-0 count. Sometimes that's baseball.
I do want to clarify, we mentioned that Tyler Spring was on the suspended list. That doesn't mean he's suspended, just means that he is still signed by the Otters, but he is currently not playing.
Otters own the rights,
yeah,
but it opens up a roster spot. So basically, if Tyler Spring wants to pitch, he's pitching for the Evansville Otters as it's a 3-1 count. And now 3-2.
Yeah, back-to-back pitches that Jake Getter started tossing his bat towards the dugout and then realized, oh, that was called a strike. I guess I'm staying here.
It's an oops. Otters leading 6-3. Zach Smith, the strike away from taking us to the 7th. Here's the delivery, and it's a swing and a miss. Zach Smith strikes out the side. Down goes Chile. Down goes De La Rosa. Down goes Getter, and up comes Matthew Will to bring you the 7th on the Otters Digital Network.
Into the back third of this one, as the Otters still lead 6-3. And now they've retaken the lead in the hit category as well, 8-7. And they even have the lead in the error category, 1-0.
But the error category is like golf.
Yeah.
Where you don't want the higher number, right?
Ian Waldo's back out there for another inning of work. And before he can toss home, J.R. Davis is going to call time.
He's just as J.R. Davis, just as surprised as we are.
J.R. Davis, Steven Sinsley, and Elijah Mcnamee due up in the half inning. The last time these three started off an inning, they went walk, single, home run. See what they can do on their second time around. The first pitch home to J.R. Davis. Catches the low inside corner for a called strike. Davis hard to miss with that bright red elbow guard. Really sets him aside for the rest of this group.
We are very much hitting the home stretch of the season when you look at the Otters' upcoming schedule as well.
Yeah, there's not very many chances left to see the Otters here at home.
So this coming weekend, 3 opportunities, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 6:35 on Friday and Saturday, a 12:35 start on Sunday, then a 6-game road trip for the Otters to Windy City and Joliet.
1-1 pitch to J.R. Davis, way outside for ball 2. And that's a big-time road trip. I mean, those are two teams that have struggled in the recent couple of weeks. That could be a great road trip for the Otters to get back on track, get themselves a good distance between them and Schaumburg, and potentially get themselves a little closer to Washington prior to the 2 series there. 2-1 goes bouncing towards the third base side. Played on 2 hops by the third baseman Owings. The throw to first is in time for out number 1.
I mean, looking at the schedule, the Otters will still see the Windy City Thunderbolts twice, so 6 games. They'll still see Joliet twice. That's 6 games. They'll see Washington 6 more times, and they'll see Florence 6 more times. That's the makeup of the Otters' remaining schedule after the series with the Gateway Grizzlies.
So you're going to get very familiar with some of these clubs.
It's all West Division the rest of the way, which for Evansville has been a good thing. They have struggled when you look at the splits against East Division foes.
Steven Sinsley at the plate now, and he chops one to the left side off the tip of the glove of Owings, picked up by Irizarry. The throw to first will not be in time, and Steven Sinsley is going to benefit on a piece of leather, pushing a ball the wrong direction. Sure, they'll call that an infield single. Surely, right?
I'll call it a base hit.
Indeed, they will.
Good. They're listening to our broadcast there in Avon, Ohio, Matthew Will.
It's also uplifting to see the flashing lights have departed from the center field area. That was a long traffic stop.
That was a long traffic stop. I thought you were getting ready to say the traffic lights are flashing here on Heidelbach at Bosse Field, but
we've still got time.
It seems like it's a lot later, though. Preston says give it time, and he is absolutely right. He would know.
First pitch to Elijah Mcnamee on the outside edge. Ball 1. Big hit Max. Got a chance with a runner on and just 1 out. He's 2 for 2 on the day. A single, a 3-run home run, and a walk. Mcnamee ready on the 1-0. And Ian Walda will deliver. That one just works in a couple more inches and enough for a called strike 1.
Get my voice ready for the 7th inning stretch.
I won't cut you off this time.
Yeah, Preston, Matthew forgot on Tuesday, if you weren't listening, my 7th inning stretch tradition. Took it to commercial, and then we had to come back early from commercial so I could get my song in. It's like depriving Jim Neighbors of letting him sing Back Home Again in Indiana. Same heartbreak.
Counts 1 and 2 for Elijah Mcnamee. 1 out and 1 on.
Spitting facts. That's what we said on Tuesday, and then we had to correct ourselves, I think, the next inning 3 different times.
Yeah, at least. Counts 1-2 for the left fielder, Elijah Mcnamee.
Still getting used to you saying that instead of him being in right.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. A 1-2. It's sent towards the left side of the infield. Owings charges in. The throw to first just in time for out number 2. It almost looked like Valera took his foot off the bag almost too early. That ended up being a pretty close play.
Bang, bang play, though, goes in favor of the Lake Erie Crushers, and they need to start getting outs and limit this damage any further, with the Otters already leading by 6 and Lake Erie starting to run out of outs with only 9 left to work with here once they start batting in the bottom half of the frame.
Steven Sinsley does advance to second on the play, though, so there's a man in scoring position as Andy Armstrong heads to the plate. Armstrong, at least to this point, is the only Otter who has failed to reach base. Every other one has found his way on at least one time. Wald is ready to go with the first pitch to the second baseman, Andy Armstrong. Ball is sent out towards right at the second baseman, Thomas Rivera. He'll go to first in time for out number 3, and it's a fairly simple inning for Ian Walda. We head to the bottom half of the 7th. It's time to stretch here, both in Avon and in Evansville. And with that, I turn it to Zane.
Alrighty, wherever you guys may be listening to, it's time to stand up, stretch, and sing Take Me Out to the Ball Game. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jack. I don't care if I ever get back, and we'll root for the Otters. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. The Otters are up 6-3 on the Otters Digital Network. Frontier League Baseball, the Otters Digital Network, brought to you by Bud Light, Matthew Will's favorite.
I don't know about that one, but
It's not your favorite?
no, I wouldn't say so.
You're supposed to say it's your favorite. They're the sponsor.
Oh, well, they're my favorites.
Yeah, you're supposed to own it. Budweiser can be my favorite. Bud Light can be your favorite. And then we're covered in terms of making everybody at Working Distributors really happy, right?
That's fair. That's fair.
I wish McUltra was the sponsor, but they aren't.
And our thanks to Working Distributors, as always. Glad to have them on board with the Evansville Otters, as well as Bud Light, as we head to the bottom half of the 7th inning. And rightfully so, Zach Smith is going to return to this game. There's not much more he could have done in that last half inning. Strikes out the side. He looked
I don't
good.
know. It wasn't an immaculate inning, though.
That's fair. That's fair. First pitch home to Connor Owings, stays high and a bit outside for ball 1. Owings has had a productive series, but tonight just 1 for 3, a solo home run and a pair of flyouts. The 1-0 pitch falls into the zone for a called strike. Count evens up at 1-1. Still having a offensive masterclass at Florence right now as the Florence Yells lead Schaumburg 14-6.
Kick is no good.
Felix is going to go running after a foul ball on the left side. He will not get to it, and the count just falls to 1-2.
Also heard that our Vice President Common Sales, Joel Padfield, was decked out in his Raiders gear today. Do we have a score update? Perhaps I can look at the...
I know they only started about 30 minutes ago. It was a very late start due to lightning in the area.
Really? So I can get home and watch the Four Stringers in the Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio?
It's very possible.
It is halftime, and it's 20-0. The Vegas Raiders of Joel Padfield on top of the Jaguars. And Trevor Lawrence, who maybe played one or two series tops.
Yeah, we asked Joel earlier today what he was expecting tonight, hoping for a win. He said, I don't even care what the result is. I just hope that none of the starters get hurt.
It's a good excuse to make like a football food, like for Joel to make nachos at home or something. Or have a bratwurst.
Make it a special occasion.
Yes.
As a pitch travels outside to Connor Owings, count goes full.
Of course, I remember a couple years ago the Indianapolis Colts, and I'll watch Colts preseason games, being a Hoosier and the Colts being our local team, and so excited they're opening at the Hall of Fame game. And remember the turf issues with all of that, and they ended up canceling the game. So what a wasted trip for the Indianapolis Colts to Canton, Ohio, right?
They were sightseeing. Because that's what every professional athlete desires.
I'm sure they visited the Hall of Fame Museum, and I'm pretty sure the Colts had a Hall of Famer going in that respective class. So I think that was part of the reason why the Colts were there.
Well, you know what they say. You can't lose the game if you don't play the game. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Connor Owings leading off this 7th inning, and it's a swinging strike 3. 4 batters up, 4 batters down via strikeout for Zach Smith.
I know who I'm going to mention on my Otters update tomorrow on both 97.7 and 107.1.
Austin Gossman?
I'll mention him as well because right now he's in line for the win. But how about Mr. Smith, Zach Smith?
4 strikeouts and 22 pitches. Lake Erie's made him work for him, but he's got it done.
Preston asked a great question if Zach Smith's related to John L. Smith or John R. Smith. How about John Z. Smith?
Well, I'll tell you what. Tune into the broadcast tomorrow night. We'll have an answer for you.
Yeah, we will. We'll ask.
Nice curveball towards the outside edge. Fell out of the zone a little early, and Jackson Valera is able to lay off on it. Valera's 1 for 3 on the day with a double back in the first. He would come around to score on the error on Tyler Dones, who didn't seem to make it much further in the game.
And I know Preston is officially done with his full-time gig with the Otters, but the phone I'm looking at still has his name on it, and there's a voicemail. So whose responsibility is that now? Does that go to the abyss? It's probably a voicemail from me.
First pitch home to, or second pitch home to Jackson Valera's a called strike, and the count evens up at 1-1.
Me trying to call hey, it's Zane. I'm just looking to see who was going to answer. And hang up.
Valera fouls one off to the right side. Otters will chase off towards it. And it's Andy Armstrong who brings it in for the second out of the inning.
Is Preston's bio still up on the website?
I guess not.
Did they take it down? Did you take it down? Preston took it down.
I didn't take it down.
But if someone's going to take it down, at least make it yourself, right? It'd be very depressing if, you were removed from your post and then
the day you left, someone already got on there. That would be a little sad. Yeah.
It's like, man, they didn't even forget a couple days.
The second that game ended on Sunday, it was click.
No, I know.
Kemiel Thomas Rivera is at the plate with 2 outs and nobody on base, and he fouls the ball off to the right side.
Game about 3 hours and 10 minutes deep. So the witching hour of baseball.
Currently 10:16 local time there in Avon, Ohio. Pitch comes home. It fell in the zone. They're going to check down to see if there was a swing, and it does not look like there was. So the count evens up at 1-1.
So it's 9:17 right now in Evansville, Indiana. I'm going to type in Avon, Ohio here. We're going to try to see if we could. It's 6 hours, 51 minutes.
Ball is skied up towards what looked like shallow right field. And the Otters will get the final out of the inning. As Andy Armstrong brings in his second straight pop-up for out number 3. We go to the 8th. Evansville still leading in this one, 6-3. To the top of the 8th we go, and another new pitcher for Lake Erie. Nathan Holt will get the nod out of that left field bullpen. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs.
And the new battery, powered by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Greenover Road, 812-475-9000. Tell them Zane from the Otters sent you, with that catcher being Brian De La Rosa.
This is going to be a frustrating loss if Lake Erie can't find a way to get back into this game. They've had plenty of opportunities, but have just not been able to cash in. It kind of feels like the bug that had the Otters last night transferred over to the Crushers tonight.
What did I say on Tuesday night, Matthew Will, of all the various random things that came out of my mouth in that 4-hour game?
That was a long time ago.
I said eventually the pendulum is going to swing back in the Otters' favor, and wouldn't it be fitting if Evansville could take advantage of the opposition not cashing in on really valuable runners on base?
Well, you, my good sir, are looking to go 2-0 on the week, which is an improvement from your last weekend set.
It was. But then again, that last weekend set was bad for both of us. You had COVID, and I called 2 Otters losses with Big Red Jordan Fisher and Jevin Redmond.
Yeah, we both struck out that weekend.
We did.
Not the greatest weekend of the season. But the Otters are ready to try to keep things going here in this one. They're going to have the 8-9 one-hitters of Justin Felix, George Khalil, and Miles Gordon here in this half inning. First pitch home from Nathan Holt. Catches the outside edge for a called strike 1. Nathan Holt is out of Mercyhurst University, a first-year rookie.
Tyler O'Neill just hit a 3-run bomb for the St. Louis Cardinals against the Cubs. If the Cardinals win tonight, they're going to be tied for first place in the National League Central, for those of you that probably don't care. Cardinals had a comeback win earlier today in the first game of a doubleheader because they had a rainout out west. Cardinals trailed 3-0, 1-4-3 in the ninth.
Well, the Otters, unfortunately, cannot be tied for first at the end of the night, but they can be, still in the running and keep themselves at the 5.5 games back, as Washington's well on their way. Actually, they did get the win against Gateway. As Felix pushes the ball off to the right side into the netting for a foul ball strike 2. Good to see that we're not the only game that is stuck in the mud a little bit. Empire State at Sussex. They're in New Jersey, are only in the 6th inning.
Ugh. Oh, my goodness. Matthew Will. I would not trade spots with those people calling that game for anything.
No, they started at the same time as we did.
There's one thing I would trade it. Bosco sticks from KJ.
And a swinging strike 3. Sits down Justin Felix on a strikeout. That's the first one of the game for Nathan Holt.
Yeah, Preston really wanted Bosco sticks and KJ on assignment elsewhere. So for Preston's end of the year gathering at the ballpark, we couldn't enjoy those world famous Bosco sticks, which apparently is on the menu here at Bosse Field.
We did have a retiring, though, of Preston Leinenbach's tarp shoes.
We did.
It was quite a moment.
Almost as dramatic as Chris Sweeney retiring his cleats after the Otters won the Frontier League Championship in 2016. He left them in center field.
Yeah, it was quite a moment. Yeah, he set them there on Sunday night, and they didn't get touched until this morning. They lasted through that Monday night very windy storm. As George Khalil falls back in the count 0-2 after a couple foul balls to the right side.
And I'll tell you, if you're not in the Evansville area listening, Evansville got pounded so hard that we had what you would call a meeting on Monday night. And then you left, and then I ended up going to the east side to help my parents because my parents were without power. Meanwhile, myself living downtown, my lights only flickered through multiple waves of storms. How many storms do we have? 3, 4 waves?
Yeah, you'd get about 30 seconds break before another one came blasting through. An 0-2 pitch to George Khalil here in the top of the 8th inning. Stays low and outside for ball 1. It did a number on Bosse Field here, too, as well, as the trees out front struggled. The signage here inside the ballpark also had some issues.
So that takes me back to, was it 2012-13? I am going to tell one story here.
As George Khalil will strike out looking on a pitch right down the middle. And it's back-to-back Ks for Nathan Holtz here in the top of the 8th inning.
I feel like being in Bill McCune's chair. I'm entitled to one story. I found one of his coupons. Doing the GLVC tournament here, and it was during Otters exhibition play. There were 2 GLVC games at 11 and 2:30, and then the Otters were going to have the Jacobs Village game that night at 6:30, an exhibition a week before the season starts. And we had what they called a macro burst, where as that pitch is taken for a strike, I was going to let you call that.
I didn't want to interrupt.
The wind was so strong and was such a force that I looked out and I could not see the scoreboard because it was just a pitch black white. It was raining so hard, and there were 2 or 3 major trees out front that there's a gap in the tree line because they were wiped out. Then the entire tree. We're talking branches this past week that were knocked down. Entire trees were uprooted in this case. And, of course, our Otters game ended up being canceled because it was an exhibition because the ballpark lost power. And all of Evansville didn't have power for about a good 12 hours. I had to beg my parents to hook up a generator to the TV so I could watch an Indiana Pacers playoff game against the Washington Wizards, which the Pacers won and clinched the series, so it was a win.
Edward Jones, leadoff hitter of the game. Miles Gordon quickly went down 0-2 in the count and now is taking a ball for ball 1 and now fouled a pitch away to keep himself at 1-2.
No, but Preston Leinenbach, who now works at the University of Southern Indiana, he can ask Ray Simmons because Ray Simmons was in the press box with me for that macro burst, and I learned then, I thought for a split second that this ballpark and this press box wasn't going to hold up because you could hear the wind howling. And it sounded like a freight train. And the moment I survived that, I always said, okay, if there's ever a tornado coming to Evansville, I'm going to hurry and run to Bosse Field, because if it can survive that macro burst in 107 years of storms, it can survive anything.
1-2 to Gordon, and that one works up high and inside and catches him on the right shoulder, and he is really feeling that one. He got about halfway down to first before he peeled off towards the dugout and is now walking back towards home plate, now again towards first, really in pain after that one.
Our trainer is getting a lot of work in today.
Yeah, Mandy Flagg is certainly
getting
working
airtime
for a living tonight.
Yeah.
And, of course, as an athletic trainer, you always hope that they don't have to work. It's one of those inverse things where you hope that you don't have to see them that often, but Flagg's made her 4th appearance here on the field tonight, as the Otters have had a couple of little scary incidents.
As long as Doc Martin isn't paged to Mercy Health Stadium, because even though we've seen his fast wheels, I think even with his speed and agility, it'll take him a little bit of time to get all the way to Avon, Ohio, which we mentioned is over 6 hours. Avon's population is 23,000. I'm sure a couple Doc Martens scattered amongst those 23K that could help out if something bad actually did happen.
Of course, the Otters have that overnight bus ride home before the series tomorrow, and the longer this game goes, the more treacherous that ride home gets.
Sure, it's to the point where if someone blows the game late, Andy might be tempted to leave them in Lake Erie, right?
Well, the Otters had bus troubles on their way to Lake Erie.
That's right.
It sounds like they got things fixed. They took the bus to a Cleveland bus mechanic, and it sounds like they got it fixed.
Cleveland is famous for bus repair.
I guess so. A ball by Biermann is hit on the ground to the second baseman. And on 2 hops, he'll fire over to first for out number 3. And the Otters strand another man on base. We head to the 8th. Otters still leading. Ready for the bottom of the 8th inning here on the Otters Digital Network. And a pitching change as Augie Gallardo is going to enter this game after a few solid innings from Zach Smith. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. First pitch home from Gallardo is cranked down the right field line. Is it going to stay fair? No, it will not. Foul ball, strike one.
I was hit on a rope, and thankfully just a loud, long strike.
I tell you what, you definitely have to reward the effort of Zach Smith tonight. 2 full innings. He gave up no runs, no hits, no base runners, and had 4 strikeouts. Not a bad debut.
Yeah, not 6, though.
Nope. Not quite.
Beggars can't be choosers.
That'll be in opportunity number 2 with the Evansville Otters.
Which could come this weekend at Bossy Field.
Indeed it could. I know 1 pitch stays low for Gallardo. Gallardo with that, I don't know what color exactly to call it. In person it looks turquoise, that glove, but on the broadcast it almost looks like a dull white.
I'm colorblind.
Another pitch stays low, and it's a 2-1 count now.
Let's call Big Red, who's also colorblind.
Well, that kind of leaves us at a disadvantage now. No one can tell us what color the glove is, but we can tell you that the count's 2-1 to Keenan Irizarry. Make it 3-1 after another pitch misses on the low side. That was certainly the closest one for Gallardo, but couldn't quite make it happen.
Don't forget Teacher Appreciation Night on Saturday. Hoosier Lottery giveaway. The EVSC Foundation will be at the ballpark.
And it's a walk to Keenan Irizarry to kick off this 8th inning.
I'm sure that walk will make all the teachers upset because they want Evansville to win and not mess around here in the bottom of the 8th.
So that'll bring up Coco Figuerito, who on the night is 1 for 2, a single, a double play, and a walk. I'm sure that Logan Sawyer is starting to get up and stretch, as if the game stays put right here, he would be the 9th inning man. First pitch home to Coco Figuerito. Stays low for ball 1, and Augie Gallardo struggling to hit the zone so far.
It's still early in his outing, but right now the antithesis of Zach Smith, who was throwing a lot of strikes. Augie here throwing a lot of balls.
A 1-0 is sent down into left field. Mcnamee chases back, and it's over his head off the wall. Watch out, as rounding third is now Irizarry, and he'll get zoomed back to third after a wonderful throw from Elijah Mcnamee.
Elijah Mcnamee saved a run right there. That is for certain.
But it is a double that puts runners at second and third with nobody out.
And suddenly Matthew Will and Lake Erie is right back in this game as now the potential tying run comes to bat.
Yeah, this is a scary situation for Evansville, and I imagine my best guess would probably be Jake Polancic might be up and throwing now for the Otters. Is you have to be careful here. I mean, this has been a game you've controlled from really the 3rd inning on. So to give up a couple of runs here could be very detrimental for the Otters in a game that they really need to win. Austin White at the plate now. He's 1 for 3 on the day with a single back in the 3rd inning. First pitch to him is a called strike near the knees.
Double play is out of order too, so ground ball will only be able to get you an out, and most likely a ground ball will score that run from third.
No balls, 1 strike to Austin White, who watches another pitch go by. Another called strike, and the strike zone in the last batter now has glanced a little bit lower.
Good, our home plate umpire got my Venmo.
Make sure you inform people you're kidding.
I'm kidding,
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Don't want a PR nightmare there, right?
My money is no good for Jason Smith.
The 0-2. 2 Whites is cranked to the right side of the infield. Armstrong makes a wonderful play. The throw over to first, they'll get the first out, and a run will score, but Armstrong surely just saved a second run.
I'm going to put a gold star by that one for Andy Armstrong's slick glove. There's a reason why Armstrong is in the game.
And most importantly, it keeps Figuerito at second, so there is no longer a runner at third, but Lake Erie has brought themselves 1 run closer. The game now decided by 2, 6-4 Evansville. That'll bring up Brian De La Rosa, who has struggled in this game. Sean Chile. Jumped the gun a little bit there. Brian De La Rosa's on deck. Chile has reached base twice, and the first pitch here, he goes right over the glove of Gallardo, and it's going to get through for a base hit. Rounding third was Figuerito, and they will not throw home. Another run will score for Lake Erie, and just like that, this game is decided by 1. So quickly, this fell out of the hands of the Otters.
Yep. Baseball, huh?
And Chile's actually going to advance to second on the play.
That's even worse.
At least it looked like it. The score bug is showing a runner at first.
Now, I don't know. I'm just a public address announcer, Matthew, but sometimes when bad things happen to broadcasters' teams, they throw their headset down. Is that what I'm supposed to do right now? Just throw it down and then not talk for a whole inning?
Oh, that's your discretion. A throw out to second on a stolen base, and Chile takes away the double play opportunity with a stolen base.
Mike Radomski always used to live and die with every Otters pitch, and I do in a way, but, you know, sometimes I can't get worked up because I'm not the one that Andy McCauley is pinch hitting for in the bottom of the 9th, nor am I the one that Andy McCauley is counting on to strike out the cleanup batter with the bases loaded.
1-0 pitch goes way outside for Gallardo, and it's now 2-0 in favor of Brian De La Rosa for real this time.
You're not faking us out?
Nope. De La Rosa is one of 2 crushers who have failed to reach base in this game.
Feels like all the momentum is with Lake Erie.
2-0 pitch. Barely grabs the outside edge and takes the count to 2-1, and that was a much-needed one for Gallardo. He really could not afford to fall back 3-0. And you're right. I mean, there doesn't seem to be any momentum on the Otters' side. Really, in the last couple of innings, the only one carrying momentum was Zach Smith. 2-1 on the way from Gallardo. That one's going to be a swinging strike, too, as De La Rosa looked fooled on that pitch. And must have been a crowd prompt in the stadium as the fans behind home plate clap a little bit.
Well, they've been doing that the entire game. No, I'm kidding. It was probably the freeze, everybody clap your hands.
2-2 stays low and outside, and we've got a full count for Brian De La Rosa. Certainly the most important pitch Gallardo's thrown thus far. Trying to keep these crushers at bay. Gallardo with a glance out towards second, and the 3-2 payoff pitch. Oh, just misses on the inside edge. Looked like a good opportunity, and I think Gallardo's frustrated, but it is a walk to Brian De La Rosa.
Here's the problem, though. The pitches have been all around the strike zone, and so if you aren't like Zach Smith routinely pounding the same thing, you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt on a tweener-type pitch that's bordering the zone. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if you have historically thrown strikes in your outing, if there is a 50-50, you're more inclined with the human element of our home plate umpire to then get that strike ring up where, yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Well, there's now runners at first and second with just 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Evansville trying to hold on to this lead. First pitch home to Jake Gitter. Stays low for ball 1. Gitter's 0 for 3 on the day with 3 strikeouts. In fact, he's been struck out by each Otters pitcher thus far. And now Gallardo walks off the mound and is going towards the Otters dugout. And he's still walking towards the Otters dugout.
I think his belt broke. Is this a new belt?
It is.
Fantastic.
We've got a belt handoff here and wonderful camera work here from the
Yeah, it is. So that's
Crushers Digital Network crew.
That has that's been Augie's issue. It's been the belt. So now we're going to have a new lucky belt on and problem solved.
Well, I was just hoping we weren't going to have to see Mandy Flagg again.
I know.
She's had a long, tough day.
Was it Mandy Flagg, though, bringing him the belt?
No, it was Max Peterson.
Oh, well, how nice of Max.
I was just really hoping we didn't have another Otters injury.
You think Max is just standing in the dugout right now with a bag full of belts? Do you need a new one?
I'm pretty sure they have a bag with them that has extra belts and socks, just in case.
Is Max the holder of that?
I'm not sure. But we've got a 1-0 pitch. It comes home to Jake Gitter. And it's put right back up to Gallardo. He'll go to second for 1. The relay to first in time. What a heads-up play from Augie. And he holds on to the Otters' lead.
Lucky belts.
The belt does the trick. We go to the 9th. Otters lead in this one. To the 9th inning we go, and a new pitcher on the mound for Lake Erie. It's Glaven Pineda, their closer, going to try to keep this game where it's at. He'll face Baez, Davis, and Sinsley. This call to the bullpens presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs.
New pitch catcher battery powered by the Answer Auto Repair East, 2319 North Conover Road, 812-475-9000. Tell them Zane from the Otters sent you.
First pitch works high and inside, almost catches the hands of Baez. It's ball 1. Some impressive audio work there from you.
Thank you.
That one down to a T.
Sometimes I deal with the same time constraints during a game at Bossy Field over the public address system and want to get that read done before the pitcher goes into the windup.
1 ball, no strikes to Jeffrey Baez. As that one is fouled back into the face mask of Jason Smith, the home plate umpire.
And Brian De La Rosa just asked him, "What year is it?" And the umpire said, "Earth." And he checked out.
On the bright side, it looks like we're good to keep playing. Pineda's going to buy him a couple extra seconds by grabbing the rosin bag behind home plate. Counts evened up. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Reminds me of a situation I saw in a Major League Baseball game years ago where an umpire got drilled to the mast like that and then twice in the next 2 innings rang up someone on just 2 strikes. So clearly showing that he wasn't feeling the best and ended up a couple innings later being relieved because of a concussion. So it's always a scary thing to see a ball deflect off a mast like that, but our umpire Jason Smith is tough.
1 ball, 2 strikes to the right fielder Jeffrey Baez. And the pitch comes home from Gleyber Pineda. Swinging strike 3 on a pitch that broke really low and away for out number 1.
It would be nice. It's reassuring, I guess. I shouldn't say I guess. It's reassuring for Evansville to have Logan Sawyer warming in the pen. But I'm sure even Logan Sawyer and the confidence that he has on the mound wouldn't mind a insurance run or 2.
They're all accepted, I'm sure. J.R. Davis at the plate now. Grounded out his last time up. Does have a double earlier in the game. First pitch to Davis. Right down Main Street, strike 1. And the Armstrong, the lone Otter, who has not reached base yet today. 6 different Otters have hits. An 0-1 is sent towards the right side, and grabbing it on the run is the second baseman, Thomas Rivera. The throw to first beats Davis, and that's a beautiful play from Thomas Rivera.
It is. That's a George Khalil type play, even though Thomas Rivera is the second baseman on the opposite side of the infield, but still that same athleticism and just smoothness about it.
Well, and to be spinning and throwing at the same time, he made it look really easy. So Steven Sinsley will be the final opportunity for the Otters here in the 9th inning. Sinsley on the day has 2 base hits. Each of them are singles. The first pitch to the lefty Steven Sinsley is pushed foul to the left side, back behind home plate. Don't forget that the Otters head right back home after this one. 3 games against the Gateway Grizzlies right here at Bossy Field. First pitch tomorrow night, 6:35.
Bill McCune planning on being back. Last time we chatted with him.
Two outs, 0-1 count to Steven Sinsley. Nobody on here in the top of the 9th inning for the Otters. Pitch stays way high and outside. And with it, Sinsley evens up his count.
And with Bill McCune being at the ballpark, that means there's a pretty good chance that Lady Elizabeth will be at the ballpark as well.
1 ball, 1 strike for Steven Sinsley. There's 2 outs. The 1-1 just about catches Sinsley in the right knee. Just hopped out of the way in time.
Lady Elizabeth always seated at the very top row, the Bob Euchre seats.
In the Bill Bussing assigned seats.
Yeah, but Lady Elizabeth and Bill are a part of the Bill Bussing posse, I would say. Phyllis enjoys their company. Joel's wife, Christy, also sits up there with Casey.
A 1-1 to Sinsley. And that one comes in about eye level for ball 2.
Always good to see those familiar faces. Guess if Preston wants to come back to Bossy Field for a game and doesn't want to sit in the press box, he could also make his way to that section.
3 balls, 1 strike for the designated hitter, Steven Sinsley. And it's a swinging strike, too. He had the eyes filled with glory on that swing.
Remember when Joel's wife, Christy, used to be the Angela and Jenny of the Money Room? Used to oversee that outfit for several years. Now she's just here as a fan.
Sinsley ready on a 3-2 payoff pitch with 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning. The opportunity here, it's put out towards the shortstop on a line, and he'll bring it in for out number 3. With that, it's time to head to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Frontier League's top closer will enter the game and hope to give Evansville a second win on this road trip and their first series win in over a month.
Let's hold them and go home.
Absolutely. Bottom of the 9th coming at you next.
We're back here. Logan Sawyer on to pitch the bottom of the 9th with that clean slate ERA. This will be his 23rd appearance. 16 saves for Logan Sawyer in 21 and a third innings. Get this, his strikeout to walk ratio, 31 strikeouts, 1 walk. That's not too shabby, right, Matthew Will?
We'll take that any day of the week, and it's also nice to see Logan Sawyer continuing his dominance in the save category, 16 of 16 on the year. That leads the Frontier League.
Someone sign him. But then we'll be sad because we won't. But I want Logan Sawyer to get back in MILB. Let's.
He's going to face the 1-2-3 hitters of Connor Owings, Jackson Valera, and Kemuel Thomas Rivera. These are 3 batters that'll certainly test him.
But he's earned it so far. And it's not to say it'll be clean sailing the rest of the way.
First pitch is fouled away to the left side, out of play. Strike 1.
But still, in any situation, you'd love to have him. And as the Otters are in line for a postseason bid, if the playoffs started this evening, he's the guy that you would want on the mound in a late stage do or die, win or go home type game.
The thing he brings is just incredible consistency. I mean, he is, you know which Logan Sawyer you're going to get when you bring him out. Picked up a save on Tuesday night.
The nights went out in Georgia.
Well, the lights are back on. Stream gave out on us for a second, but we're ready to go on an 0-1 pitch to Connor Owings to lead off this bottom of the ninth. Pitch way up and outside. Ball 1 evens the count up.
Camera could have been on a sleep timer after like 4 hours it turns off, because I'm pretty sure they turned on the cameras 4 hours ago to start their live broadcast.
Nearing the 11 o'clock hour in Avon, 10 o'clock hour here in Evansville.
You know where your kids are?
They're at the Evansville Otters game in Avon, Ohio.
Hope not. I don't have any kids.
Inside pitch is ball 2.
I've said that a couple times in honor of Bill McCune years ago. It was a late game, probably past the 11 o'clock hour, and the play-by-play person said the time, and he just dead pause and said, "Do you know where your kids are?"
Owings launches a ball out towards center field. Working that way is Gordon, and he's underneath it for out number 1.
Good start here from Logan Sawyer, who's given up 10 hits in his 21 and now 2/3 innings pitched.
Yeah, he's officially 0-1, but that's because he came in to pitch a 10th inning for the Otters a month and a half ago, and due to an unearned run scoring, he did not get credited for the run, but he did get credited with the loss. So that'll bring up Jackson Valera, who is 1 for 4 on the evening.
And Austin Gossman in line for the win, right?
Right now, yes.
Austin Gossman leading the Otters pitchers in terms of wins. 6-3 he entered today.
Also entered the day tied for, or alone in 3rd in the Frontier League in ERA. 0-1 pitch home to Valera, and it's fouled off to the right side.
Parker Brahms, who was signed by the Reds, was 5-1 with a 2.55 ERA at the time of his signing. And then Tim Holdgrafer, if you remember, was 2-0 with that ERA being .67, which then again raises the point: what else does Logan Sawyer really need to do to get signed? His ERA crystal clear.
0-2 count to Jackson Valera, the first baseman, and Sawyer sends it home. Just misses on the high outside corner. And as to be expected when it hits 11 p.m., the crowd there at Lake Erie is starting to thin out a bit.
There it's flashing at Heidelbach. Nope, actually it's a red light because it's only 9:59. Never mind. I saw the red light flash, but
1-2, swung on and missed. And it's a German-American Bank strikeout for Logan Sawyer for out number 2, and the Crushers are down to their last out.
Logan Sawyer certainly had him guessing there, did he not?
Yeah, it was a nice offering. Fastball high and inside, and it was a swing and a miss. So Kimil Thomas Rivera will have to be the final hope for Lake Erie. He's 1 for 3 on the day.
There it is, flashing reds on Heidelbach. You know, it's Bossy Field after dark when we hit that point.
First pitch to Thomas Rivera. Stays low for ball 1.
Going on 4 hours.
You're 3 for 4 this year, right? On games that have lasted at least 4 hours?
This is why we always have a shorter pregame show. We know what's coming.
1-0 the count to Thomas Rivera. That's a called strike that evens the count up.
Short postgame show as well.
Brett Adcock and Bryce Studeville still manning the radar gun behind home plate.
We won't be taking your phone calls postgame. Not that we ever take phone calls, but certainly not tonight.
The 1-1 heads home, and it's swung on and missed, and down to the last strike are the Lake Erie Crushers.
Preston says, can you imagine? Well, the joke's on him because we're going to give everyone his cell phone number to call.
1-2 count to Kimil Thomas Rivera with 2 outs and nobody on. Sawyer trying to end it, and he does. Called strike 3, and the Otters win their first series in a month. That is a big win for Evansville here in West Division play.
Incredible win for Evansville when you consider where they've been the last couple of weeks, trying to get some consistency, taking 2 out of 3 against a team that's really trying hard to get back into the playoff chase is big. You got to give a lot of credit to Austin Gossman. He battled and did such a great job. Zach Smith as well. His pitching performance at the 2-inning appearance and the 4 strikeouts. And then how about Elijah Mcnamee with the 3-run bomb? Really set the tone offensively. And it was great, Matthew Will, because after Elijah Mcnamee hit that 3-run shot, you didn't see the Otters offense get complacent and stop attacking. They're able to add on 3 more runs down the stretch. And now the Otters are back to 10 games over 500 and feeling really good before embarking on a 6-hour-plus road trip back to Evansville for a game tomorrow night at Bosse Field.
2 Otters record multi-hit games, 2 for Sinsley, 2 for Mcnamee. Mcnamee drove in 3 runs, of course, with that 3-run home run. Couple of impressive pitching performances for the Otters. Gossman really stuck in there. Zach Smith, impressive in his Otters debut. Augie Gallardo struggled a little bit, but Sawyer was able to keep things where they were at and give Evansville this win. The win's going to go to Austin Gossman, and the loss will fall on Joseph Scambellery. The save will go to Logan Sawyer, his 17th of the year. That extends his lead in the Frontier League. It's nice to see Austin Gossman get some run supports in these middle innings and be set up to win a game, which he has had to kind of work on his own in the last couple of starts.
And Austin Gossman, it seems like in some of his starts, he has been fortunate where he's gotten that offensive support from his teammates. And, you know, there were a couple of blips on that radar, but for him, overall, a job well done because he put his team in a position to win if they just put the bat on the ball and find some holes in the outfield, and that was the winning ingredient for Evansville. And, you know, it's going to be interesting. I mentioned earlier in our broadcast the schedule the rest of the way is West Division foes. For Evansville to win the season series against Lake Erie, I think is important because tiebreakers when it comes to West Division opponents, regardless of what the records are now, you never know how Lake Erie is going to be here down the stretch. It's key to have the head-to-head, and with the Otters' victory tonight, they have that over a West Division foe in Lake Erie.
Florence gets the win against Schaumburg 16-6 there in Northern Kentucky. New York holds on to a 3-1 win against Trois-Rivières, and New Jersey skies from behind to get a 6-2 win against Quebec. The Capitals have now lost 6 straight games there in the East Division. Washington did win 2-0 over Gateway to take that series. And hope you're staying up late in Windy City. Joliet and Windy City are tied at 2 in the 9th inning. Could see extra innings there. At Sussex County, the Miners have come out of nowhere to score 5 runs and make it a game against Empire State. It's currently 7-6 Grays in the top of the 8th. If you want to follow along with that one, you can either find it on Flow Sports or follow along on the Frontier League website. Closing thoughts after this weekend set, or this midweek set against Lake Erie. Otters able to get a win. It feels nice.
It does feel nice, and now I think the key thing will be how quick of a start can the Evansville Otters have tomorrow night on ES for Everyone night against the Gateway Grizzlies, a team that they have had a lot of success with so far this year. It's the last meeting between the Grizzlies and the Otters, and just like Lake Erie was this 3-game weekday series in Avon, Ohio, the Grizzlies are going to be extremely desperate because they are running out of time to make up ground in the playoff race. And how do you make up ground in terms of a quest for the postseason? By beating teams ahead of you. For Gateway, they have 3 games to try to make a dent into that quest. And for Evansville, you have 3 games over the weekend at Bosse Field in front of the crowd where you've had a lot of success so far this season to solidify your place in the standings and try to build on capturing and getting closer to Washington. But it's been a pleasure, by the way, working with you this week, and I hope we have an opportunity to do it again soon.
Well, it's nice to see the Otters get themselves a series win here against Lake Erie, and they will look to keep it going tomorrow night against Gateway. First pitch is 6:35 here from historic Bosse Field. Hope you join us in person, but if you can't join us in person, join us on Flow Sports and the Otters Digital Network. Bill McEwen and I will have every pitch for you right here on both Flow Sports and the Otters Digital Network. He's been Zane Clodfelter. I'm Matthew Will, saying so long from historic Bosse Field. And I'll talk to you tomorrow night as the Otters and Grizzlies do battle for the final time this year in a 3-game set at Bosse Field. We'll talk to you tomorrow night. Thanks for tuning in.